Okay. Last night. Oh god. Last night we finished Shadowbringers. We finally finished patch 5.55. So we are now at the entry point to Endwalker. Now, Endwalker adds 2 new classes, Reaper, yay, and Sage. Both of which I've leveled up to at least 90. Reaper's at 98, Sage is at 90. But, so, what we're going to do to start today is do the Reaper and Sage job quests up to 80. Because like other expansions, it starts 20 levels below the new level cap. So yeah, let's get that started. I've obviously already accepted the classes. I did do a tiny little bit of Ozia to try and get, just to see how long it was going to take me. Zavnor Fates seem to pop a little slower than Southern Front. But then again, I still don't have like all of the camps and stuff to be able to easily run around, so. Anyway, we need to go to Thanalan for Reaper, which we'll do first, then we'll do Sage. Sage is in Limsa. Although I don't know how long it's going to stay there. This is near the Sapphire Exchange. Whilst I'm here, do I need to do my retainers? I do! I should probably update your guys' wardrobe at some point. I wish the warg helmets worked with the era. I understand why they don't, but I still wish they did. We look really, really cool, but we can't see our face, so I'm going to turn that off. For the cutscenes. Well, if it ain't after, you edit in. How do you find the weight of the scythe in your hands? Please and I hope. Now that we have a bit more in common, it's time we became better acquainted. What's the name of our newest Reaper? I hadn't even told you my name? I mean, I know that's kind of the point, is I literally did the bare minimum in order to accept the class, the job. I didn't do anything more than that, but goddamn, you don't even know my name? After. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue. But so it is with the Orsian names. With every new one I learn, one more's forgotten. Yours can replace Gigiloyon. After our little conversation, I think he'll give us a wide berth. Any road, with more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants. Namely, getting you conversed well and proper in the tricks of our trade. And the best way to do that is through battle. One of the families having trouble with a particularly vexing fiend, and has sent word asking for assistance. He goes by the name of Arnegus, stationed out near Cutter's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's got a keen mind for trade and can find a needle in a stack of needles if need be. We best hurry before he ends up at the bottom of some monster's gullet. Finding a needle in a stack of needles is easy. Finding a specific needle in a stack of needles is incredibly difficult. So, additional context massively changes the meaning of whatever the fuck she just tried to say. Here's a question. Do I have... I do. Good. Yeah, there's Cutter's Cry. I couldn't... There's a... Okay. Game crashed. It crashes less frequently now, but when it does crash, it crashes. I don't get those fatal errors that I can ignore as much anymore. If I get a pop-up, it's no, the game has stopped working. Half the time, don't even get a pop-up. It's still better than it was, considerably. Oh yeah, I now get the Endwalker opening because that's where we're at, story-wise. You know what? Whilst I'm in Thunland, I should go to the Gold Saucer. Because I've got, a few thing. I've got the cat pot. That's the fucking word I was looking for. Cat pot. Nope, too high. Okay. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arnegus, but it ain't needed. She's a personal contract with me, so consider her a mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you'd say in front of me, you can say in front of her. By your will, boss. A chimera has been making these sands a living hell for anyone who dares to wander into its territory, which should be us, since our trade routes cut right through it. The men I've hired to carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent for you. Well, we'll see what we can do, Arnegus. Might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras ain't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. And put your new skills to your good use after. I keep fucking up. My words. Jesus. I know I didn't get a great deal of sleep, but fuck me. Alright, so you just want me to... Oh, no, you don't just want me to fight a chimera. You want me to go through Cutter's Cry? Let's go on with the hunt, eh? We'll need to draw out the chimera with Myrmidon meat. Now, to accustom yourself to the Reaper's tools, harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. I'm level 98. And I'm doing the level 70 quest. The best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatars. Let's see how you do. Taking a killing more quickly than I could have hoped. It'd be an easy thing to summon the avatar to your side. Let's move on to the fun bit, eh? The avatar will help you strike fear into the hearts of your foes. Gibbet will hurt him with the flank, and Gallows will surprise him from behind. If you're getting swarmed, use Guillotine to carve yourself some space. This one's like... I keep forgetting which way round Gibbet and that is. The chimera won't be able to resist the smell of blood. Make sure to soak those sands well. You're getting the hang of it. Gibbet will hurt him from the side. Switch off between that and Gallows to make your attacks even more deadly. That's what I like to see. Gallows alert them from behind. Switch off between that and give it to make their attacks even more deadly. Using guillotine like a true killer. Reap a feast of souls in one fell swoop. I mean, as far as tutorials go, this isn't a terrible execution. The bloodshed you've gotten the Chimera's attention. Steel yourself. Yeah, as far as teaching me the class goes, that's not a terrible way. Our target arrives. Finish this and I'll let you keep its head as a trophy. So long as your avatar's by your side, monsters like this are nothing more than easy prey. Show me you've been listening. Give your avatar a feast to remember. Alright, let me go. Remember to position yourself. Give it from the side, Gallows from the rear. Simple enough, eh? It might have taken me getting to level 98, but I'll finally remember which way round Gibbet and Gallows is. It's not even a joke. I just never bothered to learn positional. I think it's the only positional that Reaper has, though, is Gibbet and Gallows. Bloody impressive work, that. I knew there was something about you, but truth be told, I didn't expect you to make such clean work of that Chimera. I reckon even I might be hard-pressed to match that display. You know talent when you see it, boss. And with that, the cerulean will flow once more. Among his many roles, Arnegus is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at a price that'd make those gill pinchers at Amagina and Son balk. Still turns a pretty profit. We can barely keep up with demand, despite the occasional beast or two butting into our affairs. All thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. Ceruleum ain't easy to come by, as you well know. Amagina and Sons protects their monopoly with a gilded fist. They have yet to force the Imperial stragglers up north out of the market. Now, before we go running off to the flames, let me assure you this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to Imperial is forbidden by law. There's nary a word writ about buying from them. I know you Eorzeans like to call Garleans by all sorts of colourful names. Bastards, tyrants, invaders. And we've got all those and worse. While many a foul deed has been committed for the glory of the Empire, you ain't megalomaniacs to a man, even amongst the purebloods. Those that serve don't always do so by choice. Could be argued we're all casualties of the great Machna's ambition. No small number of the Imperial Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could. The world being what it is, most settle for sending their family what few coins they can afford to part with. Most Eorzeans wouldn't suffer a whit of colour to complicate their black and white view. If you're going to fight with us, you should learn the truth of our past. Long ago, long before the Empire, our forebears lived in Locus Eminus, down in southern Ilsabard. With temperate climes and fertile earth, the land provided. Many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops with the selfsame scythes the reapers would eventually wield. But gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms. Some 800 years ago now, they were driven from Locus Amanus completely. They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there, they fought tooth and nail for the scant resources of that frigid land. From the fires of hardship were the first Magitech devices forged. With innovation upon innovation, that humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. But before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft not only of magic, but of hope itself. With no natural advantages to speak of, our mere survival was in question. From harsh necessity were the reapers born. We turned our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with the whispers in the dark. With the Void's power, we could strike at an army's beaten heart, slay their generals and throw the rank and file into disarray. Our way is to end battles before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep avaricious hands away from family, friends and lovers. And now this power belongs to you. Remember our story. Remember what drives a woman to turn to the void, and you'll not be led into deeper temptations. Our work here is done. I'll see you back at headquarters. I must admit, I know very, very little about the Reaper and Sage stuff other than what is basically covered in its very first quest when you accept the class. Where am I going? Hold on, I wanted to go to the gold source. Like, Reapers are from Garlemald, and Sages are from Sharlayan. They're scholars. Like, scholar. And I know, and one of the antagonists is going to be a Reaper, and one of the protagonists is going to be a Sage. Okay, so there isn't really a way to get out. Yeah. Also isn't really a way to get anything decent. I think there's a higher chance of that getting a middling. Okay, yep. Do I have any cards to sell? Yeah. Been holding on to that one for a while, I think. Winning number is 4. I don't think I had anything ending in 4, which means I'm just going to get consolation prizes. Yeah. I just do my best to spread out that last number. So even if I get random, I'll re-roll until I've got 3 different last numbers, because otherwise you either get 3 like runner-up third prizes from having 1 match, or you get fucking nothing because none of the numbers match. Back to Uldar then. Okay. That could be problematic. Let me re-optimize the game with NVIDIA and see if that helps. To be fair, I haven't rebooted my system since last stream because I was uploading all of last night. So if we keep getting crashes, I might just have to stop the stream to reboot. I think it's changed the resolution. It has. Why the fuck would you do that? I appreciate that probably looked weird. From your end, I couldn't really see anything. Prefer borderless window. There we go. Now, get that back up. There we go. Don't want AMD. I've got NVIDIA, thank you. Real-time reflections we'll put down to standard, because I think that's probably one of the things that really fucks stuff up. I care more about the shadow, the texture and the shadows in this than I do about reflections. Like, there's not a lot of reflective surfaces. And when there is, you tend to not be looking at them that closely anyway. It tends to be like the reflection on a bit of armor. But you generally aren't zoomed in close enough for that to matter. Unless you're playing in first person mode. Don't think there's a lot of people that do. This is going well. It's been half an hour. I really don't want to have to reboot because that'll mean that I have to edit this. Because that's not long enough to upload by itself. It's just not. If I crash again, I'll bite the bullet. I don't know why. It's struggling so much though. a second. Nah. Okay, we're doing better. That fire up. That's a point. How much stuff is it rendering? There's one somewhere for like max number of characters to render and stuff like that. I don't know where it's gone. But yeah, it's fine. You're first out and you did good. I think you've earned the right to know just who this lot you've thrown yourselves in with is. You might have gathered this yourself, but the Lemures were formed to support those Garleans who are living in exile. It ain't easy to be far from home, let alone in a place where most would sooner gut you than offer a helping hand. Off, the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this, I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect that scythe to be like an extension of your own body when next we speak. There you are, looking deadly enough with that scythe to make me weak at the knees. I'd wager it's time we stop faffing about and make ready to hunt our target. My Lemures have been hard at work scraping together what information they can. Let's see what they got. Everyone here? Good. Arnegas you've met, not further no further Chimera-related incidents you'll be happy to hear. The overly chipper lass over there is Herman. Make your acquaintances. As you know, our quarry's a void scent, and he goes by the name Orcus. He's eluded the best, but these two are a step above that. Tell us what you found. By your will, boss, I asked around about unsolved murders and disappearances, seeing if any involved someone matching the description you provided. There's as many missing people as there are grains of sand, no shortage of tragedies either. One, however, stood out amongst the rest. A woodcutter in the Black Shroud, disappeared without a trace. No body, no belongings, nothing. An odd enough occurrence by itself, but the sightings of a stranger with skin pale as snow near his last known whereabouts piqued our interest. Now that's a promising start. But those woods are crawling with bandits and brigands of all sorts. Duskwights and keepers are said to come in ghostly hues. We're sure this man ain't one of them. As sure as I've ever been, boss. Not many bandits have eyes the colour of blood. It's a match too close to ignore. Can't gainsay that. We have a lead. Here, if I may, boss, are you sure we need the help of this outsider? How much trouble could one void scent be? Ermin, she's standing right there, for God's sake. No, she's right. I've always told you to turn a wary eye to those outside the family. She's just doing her due diligence. But trust me when I say we need every advantage we can afford. I made the mistake of misjudging Orcus' strength before. From my hubris, my family, my flesh and blood family, was slain. All of them. Was planning on holding that back a bit longer, but it was before the Lemures. Swore two things. I'd repay that suffering 1,000-fold, and I'd never let that bastard take anything from me again. I mean to keep my vow. I trust I can count on you to help. You don't have to ask twice, boss. Your wounds are our wounds, even the ones that become scars. We'll see your vengeance wrought. All these years I've scraped to make a place for us. I look forward to the day he'd pay his dues. And it ain't just for me that we have to hunt him down either. He's a blight on Eorzea itself, and the longer we let it fester, the more suffering it'll spread. We need to corner him now, while we have the chance. Are you ready? You know those woods as well as any of us. We need your experience if we hope to be back before supper. Much appreciated. Alright, let's get to it then. Herman, I want you here in Uldar, keeping your ear to the ground for any news of Orcus's movements. Arnagis, you'll lead us to where this woodcutter disappeared. By your will, boss. That'd be the central shroud, so our best course would be to set off from Bent Branch Meadows. Good, you made it. Before we set off, allow me to share the circumstances of our poor woodcutter's disappearance. As I heard it, he disappeared nigh on a week ago. Got lost, some surmise. He was a seasoned woodsman, not some high-born traveller who forgot to buy a map. I questioned those closest to him, and none could think of a reason he might want to make himself scarce. He's even made plans to meet with friends not long from now. I expect that promise will go unkept. Sounds like we can rule out a voluntary departure. I believe we can. Last person to see a man alive said he took his axe and ventured northwest. And that's where we'll set our trap. Here, after, take these. A Magitech transceiver and candle that's scented like a Voidsent's favourite libation. Blood. A blood candle. So it's got copper in it. And iron. Once it's lit and the fumes are wafting through the air, every Voidsent within 30 arms will come running. If either of us see Orcus, let's give the other a shout out over the transceiver. As I said before, Orcus is inhabiting the body of a man. He can put on any awfully convincing performance when need must. Don't give him a chance to work his wiles, or his fangs will be in your neck before you know it. As much as I want to accompany you, I'll only be a liability in battle. Whether you find Orcus or not, return here and I'll report back to the Lemures. Good luck, good hunting. Yummy, yummy blood candle. The stench of blood chokes the air, filling your nostrils with its metallic aroma. Drawn by the maleficent odour, a Voidsent rises from the underbrush. Though it bears no semblance to Orcus, it eyes you with voracious hunger. It's not just any Voidsent, that's the one from the Omega raids. That's the I want to say Charnabuk. Glad to see you in one piece. Now, what's that you have in your hand? You said the Voidsent was carrying this. That ring. Where'd you find it? I see. And there can be no doubt. The Void sent that after Slew's the very same one that murdered our woodcutter. Murdered? Are you saying... Aye. While I was searching for a place to set my trap, I spotted a shallow grave, hastily dug and poorly hidden. Under a thin layer of dirt was a body matching the description of the woodcutter. A wholly nondescript fellow, save for the mark of a ring removed from his finger. Doubtless that ring was his demise. Shiny baubles are a common fixation for Voidsent. Probably didn't spare a thought for the owner, only the prize. Suppose we can take comfort in the knowledge that it'll harm no one else. Orcus or no, I'd say this expedition was a success after a fashion. I should apprise the whalers of what's transpired. You two catch some well-earned rest. Thank you kindly, Arnagis. Well then, I'll see you back at headquarters. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Come on. Move myself over here a little bit. Didn't crash. It really seems like it just decided that it wanted to take a funny turn for a little bit. Well, if it ain't after, you had it in. Maybe we didn't get the satisfaction I promised, but sitting here with our heads in our hands won't do us any good. Let's be happy with one less Voidsent preying on helpless woodcutters. The only good Voidsent's a dead Voidsent. Yeah, nothing comes of their endless hunger but ether, but bloodshed and tragedy. We were on the cusp of ending 2 decades of misery. That's how long ago Orcus came into this world, raging like an animal free from his cage, leaving my family dead in his wake. The grief he's caused since then is immeasurable. No matter where his accursed feet take him, his hunger follows. The realm bleeds to sate it. Of course, we aren't the only ones hunting him, but he's as clever as he is vicious. Not even the finest trackers have been able to keep on his tail for long. Don't lose heart yet, boss. While you were away, I was making the rounds, and I might have found something that will soon bear fruit. Arnagis is following up on it as we speak. I swear, some days that man is going to keel over on my account. Still, there's no one else I'd trust to tell me the difference between truth and hysteria. That being said, his work takes time to do right. Use this chance to hone your skills. If all goes to plan, next time we speak, you'll have a golden opportunity to test them. Apologies, but we're still waiting on Arnagis to come through. There's not much for you to do around here till then, unless you have a knack for cleaning. Ermin's good at wheedling out promising stories and whatnot, but getting to the truth of those stories is a craft as delicate as weaving. I'm sure you've seen firsthand how one bad bit of information can lead to elaborate plans coming apart at the seams. Boss! Boss! Calm down, lad. Breathe. What's gotten into you? It's Arnagis. He's been murdered. What? Tell me I heard that wrong. I'm afraid not. The brass blades found him half buried in the sands, not bells ago, just lying there like some bloody animal carcass. They're bringing him to Eralig's burial chamber as we speak. Whoever did this doesn't know the reckoning they've got coming. Before I'm done with them, they'll be begging to crawl back into their mother's womb. I want justice as much as you, Ermin, I do. It's time like these, we need to look to the boss for guidance. As you can see, emotions are running high. I should stay here until Ermin cools off. Can you let the boss know we're standing by and waiting for a command? Like as not, she's gone pay her respects. Okay. Where the fuck is that? Oh, next to the ossuary. That makes sense. That does make sense. It's generally what an ossuary is. Sorry, after. I ain't in the mood for chit-chat. Where's the bloody keeper? That's a huge bitch. My lady, prithee, the dead must be let to rest. The dead are gonna have one more go among them if the dead are gonna have one more among them if you don't shut your trap and listen. The brass blades brought in a body not long ago. Show me to it. Ah, yes, that they did. But are you the deceased family? If not, I'm afraid we cannot. Family! Family! Arnegus was like a son to me! Like a son. Ordinarily, that would be... He's interred in the innermost coffin. However, I must advise you not to gaze upon the body. Mother, if she insists, then so be it. God damn it, Arnegus. I told you not to go and get yourself. Don't. This isn't for you. Sorry for barging in here and for all the bluster. If you can forgive me my rudeness, promise me that Arnegus will get sent off well and proper. Of course he shall be. However, if you wish to inter him within the city gates, well, such sought-after space comes at no small expense. I don't care what it costs. Just send your man to Lemure's headquarters to collect what you require. I appreciate you coming to find me. Someone else I have to speak with first. I'm headed to Stone's Throw. Come along if you please, but come along in silence. Stone's Throw. Oh, yeah, Stone's Throw is literally just outside. Okay. I need to close the window because it is actually slightly chilly. So bear with me a moment. Oh god, don't trip. Situated. All right. This This is where Arnegis's dear wife earns a living. Let's get this over with. Arnegis never forgot the debt he owed you. Debt we both owed you. Even so, his loyalty ran even deeper than that. It's a strange thing to look back on the people we were. A decade younger and a lifetime more foolish. Young lovers, proud patriots, blissfully ignorant, returning to Locus Aminus, cradle of our people. A triumphant homecoming for the Garleans after centuries in exile. The once mighty invaders had been laid low and driven back whence they came. It was a banner day when Arnegis was honoured with a post there. Honour and pride quickly faded when we saw the truth of Locus Aminus. We hadn't just defeated our enemies. We'd clapped them in irons and condemned them to a life of servitude. Descendants of those who'd driven our ancestors north so many generations ago, made to pay for the crimes of their forebears. His superiors were certainly pleased with the poetry of it all. Arnegis, however, couldn't simply look away from their suffering, let alone take pleasure in it. Confronted with the reality of the place we would call home, his conscience demanded he take action. He began cooperating with the resistance. The eyes of the Frumentarium are all seeing. Before long he was ousted as a sympathiser. It was only by the grace of good fortune we escaped with our lives. I've often lain awake at night, wondering if he had outlived his usefulness to the resistance. Perhaps it was a petty senior officer that orchestrated our fall. Regardless of the cause, the outcome was the same. We could never return to the Empire. We fled to Eorzea by way of Raz-at-Han, the only route open to us. It wasn't soon after stepping foot on the docks of Limsa that your luck ran out, as I recall. Stopped by Yellow Jackets and accused of being Imperial spies. Aye, but we still managed to make an escape. We ran and ran, terrified that our pursuers would one day catch up to us. That is, until we met you. Had you not taken us under your wing when you did, I shudder to imagine our fate. Your gratitude's the last thing I deserve, lass. If I hadn't sent Arngis off on my damn fool's errand, he'd still be alive. It was Orcus that killed him, and no mistake. He died for my vengeance. Can't tell you how sorry I am. No. You needn't apologise. I know he was happy. So long as he was helping you, he was happy. The blame for his death doesn't rest on your shoulders. It rests on the man, the monster that murdered him in cold blood. I expect you to see he answers for his crime. For me and for Arnegis. I will, lass, I will. On this I swear everything that I have to swear. We need to talk. Somewhere with fewer prying eyes. Come meet me at the bridge to the north. I owe you an apology for not telling you everything about me and Orcus from the start. I dragged you into a fight against a foe that's cunning, brutal, and utterly merciless. I thought with all of us together we'd tip the scales in our favour. But I was wrong. Arnegus paid the price for my hubris. That void scent we tracked in the Black Shroud was likely one of Orcus's minions. I was too caught up in my grand scheme to realise it at the time. I should have thought about why it tried to hide that body. Your common void scent wouldn't have the guile to bury a kill. But if Orcus taught it that as a way to throw trackers off its scent, to dangle bait for me and mine. Orcus has used that same trick in the past, and he knows that we know it too. Dispatching his minion, we drew his attention. Arnegus was a warning. Orcus doesn't give his prey swift deaths, he toys with them, cuts into them, savours the screams. That's how I knew he was responsible. It's like a signature, the way he leaves the bodies when he's had his fill. I only pray Arnegus doesn't take that suffering with him to the next life. Orcus will be coming for you or me next. Not right away, though. That'd be giving up the game. He wants us to keep looking over our shoulders, sleeping with one eye open. He'll wear us down without even lifting a finger. When he finally strikes, he'll be dead on our feet. We'll be dead on our feet, playthings for him to do with as he pleases. That won't do. We need to bring the fight to him. No more waiting around for a lead to come to us. It won't be easy, but can I still count on your help? For Arnegus. Thank you, After. And if you've got no qualm risking life and limb to fight for Arnegus, to fight for me, then I got no qualm calling you a member of my family. Family. Curious word, that. Hello. Bloody, it's him! Orcus! Some persistent rats were nibbling at my tail. Should have known by their stench it was you and yours, Drusilla. Or should I call you... granddaughter? Shut your mouth, you thrice-damned monster! Monster? Is that any way to greet a beloved elder? Children these days. It seems one death wasn't punishment enough for you. A second should suffice for this scant reminder of your being. After, we're ending this here and now. Follow my lead. I thought we might savour our reunion for a while longer, but if you insist, I shall feast upon your beating heart here and now. Die! Naught but dregs left in that desiccated vessel of yours. Too long has that hide been left in the sun. But your family's been replenished with fresh blood, I see. My, what a bounteous soul this one has. Your scythe may be dull, but your eye is sharp as ever. Blinding as the sun, pure as the snow. Delectable as a boar slathered in grease. I'd thought to make a quick meal of you, but perhaps just this once forbearance is in order. Such a singular specimen must be given time to fatten, to fulfill its succulent potential. It would be a travesty to consume you ere you achieve perfection. When your soul is ripe with fear, swollen with hatred, and fit to burst with despair, I shall return to you, and I shall gorge. Until that time, sup well, my growing well. Curse these old bones. It was right in front of me. Could have ended it in one swing. For a moment, just a moment, I saw it all again. My family slaughtered lying at his feet. My life slipping away, and that was enough. Doubtless you have more than a few questions. I'll answer them, I promise, but now's not the time. Trust me. Standing around kicking the sand won't change what's done. Let's return to headquarters and let the wind cool our heads. Then we can consider our next course of action. I don't think this is done yet. 4 minutes. Okay. Soon. Worth ain't after. It was my own fault. If I hadn't stood there slack-jawed, if I wasn't so damn slow, I'd be rid of that abomination once and for all. You saw used to be my grandfather. Before Orcus took over. Looks green enough to be my own grandchild now. Trick of the void, like as not. It's no secret that if a void scent doesn't want to devour you, it probably wants to take possession of your flesh. Orcus has a particular talent for it. And as you doubtless surmised, he's got an insatiable craving for ether. Killing's only a prelude to the act of gulping down our essence, like a draught of ale after a day's work. He's old. Can't say exactly how old. He's acquired a taste for the finer things. Seems your soul counts among the finest he's ever seen. Things just keep getting better for us, don't they? Wouldn't be the first time someone set their sights on my soul. Is that so? Used to being a prize pig, are you? Any road. It's clear that safety's no longer something we can take for granted. Not even in a crowded street. Not even in the middle of the day. Keep your eyes peeled and watch out for those terrible red eyes. We're sitting chocobos for the moment, but I'll think on something and send for you as soon as I can. Until then, never sleep far from your scythe. Glad to see Orcus hasn't sunk his teeth into you yet. Don't go thinking he's given up on trying, though. He's out there, savouring you from a distance. Can't resist checking in on his prize, just as he can't resist seeking out morsels to tide him over to his feast. The reports we've received of a man pale as death skulking about the stands is proof of that. And then there's the matter of his blunted dagger. We don't know who sent it, we do know what it means. It's a warning commonly used by the less savoury elements in Uldar. A warning the next will be delivered sharp and straight to our bellies. More fool them. They've no notion of what we faced and lived. Thinking we'd soil our small clothes over empty threats. Let's hope it's nothing more than that, lass. Seeing as we'd need to follow up on those reports sooner than later. Anyone fancy a bit of fresh air? If we catch a whiff of Orcus's foul stench, all the better. I want you to ask around near Blackbrush Station. I'll head to Stone's Throw. When you're done, meet me there and we'll share what we've dug up. Stop. Recognize that self-assured stride? Mark of a woman ready to take on the world and then some. You must be the Eorzean Reaper the boss sent word about. I'm almost disappointed to tell you nothing's amiss. The soldier in me would have loved to see a Reaper in action. I once fought in the Imperial Army, though you wouldn't think it to look at me now. I served proudly under Lord Valens in my youth, till the day he ordered us to use common folk as fodder in some pointless skirmish. I refused and was sentenced to death for my candour. Needless to say, I didn't keep that appointment. Compared to that evil, toothless threats and ghosts are no bother, but the less jaded are more excitable. One lass in particular has been jumping at shadows. She claims to have seen all manner of terrors, but I suspect she's been startled by her own reflection. Still, if you want to lend an ear to her delusions, you can find her in Lost Oak. Hello. Who are you? Oh, did Drusilla receive my missive? He sent someone to rid us of this terrible evil waiting in the wings. Truly, she cares for us as if we really were her flesh and blood, which is more than I can say about my own. Not once have I longed to return to the life of comfort I left behind in Garlemald. I have Drusilla to thank for that. She isn't the reason I left home in the first place, of course. Had I not met my beloved, I would likely still be feasting on lemon cakes in ignorance. Ignorance of love, of freedom. Found the former in Garlemald and the latter in Eorzea, as our new life blossomed into something beautiful. Not every day's been easy, not even most days, but Drusilla's watchful eye has kept us safe, and our freedom is worth any measure of hardship. Such terrible fear gripped my heart when my beloved told me of the pale man he spied on the sands. Now that the family's come to help, I can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sure you wish to know precisely where to find that horrid creature. I cannot help half so well as my beloved might. Seek him in the southeast. Pray, put an end to this nightmare. Live dandy. Through devilled mists the hunter doth now tread, tracking the scent of quarry others dread. In darkest night cry for a keeper. Lo, by your side she walks, the Reaper. Apologies for the effusive display, friend. I'm a poet, you see. Cannot resist putting into words the flood of emotions that accompanying such a striking figure as yours. Orcus? No. Monster! I just heard something shift. And I don't know what it was. Bloodlust emanating from this void scent is potent and powerful. No shit. Oh wow, we found a demon that isn't, you know, trying to kill me and suck on my ether and or blood. Thank you, thank you, thank you! My saviour, my godsend! Would that I could have aided you, but alas, a poet's pen is of little use in battle. Unless, of course, that battle involves not swords and scythes, but words. Just ask the sire of my beloved, who is even now licking the wounds dealt by the invective verse I composed after he had the gall to forbid our union. A masterwork of scathing metaphor and subtle remonstration. Alas, for all their pretensions, nobles are anything but subtle in their rage. We were forced to flee, to abandon our homes with only our love for sustenance. Nevertheless, I've regretted not a single moment of our life in exile. In Eorzea, we found an unexpected treasure. Freedom. Freedom of mind and freedom of heart. But I digress. Surely you did not seek me out simply to save my life and leave with a nod and a smile. Did you wish to commission a poem? Hail man. I encountered him whilst wandering these arid wastes in search of inspiration. I felt the gaze of some terrible presence upon my back, and when I turned to meet it, he was standing there, grinning like a butcher in a bullpen. He wore robes much too thick for these scorching sands. His skin looked as if it had never been kissed by the blazing sun. Worst of all, his eyes were as two bottomless pools of blood. I feared my end had come, but then he vanished as quickly as he had appeared. Perhaps I've been reckless. Recent incidents made it clear that the cost of inspiration is higher than I'm willing to pay. I shall return to my beloved, for both my safety and hers. Thank you again, my saviour. There you are. And? Another one of his accursed minions. Well, I suppose we can take comfort in the fact that none of the family came to harm, yourself included. Well done. Speaking of which, what do you think of this family you've been thrust into? Speak freely. You haven't lived this long by taking offence at opinions I don't want to hear. Seems like any other family to me. Seen some odd families then, I reckon. I'd like to think we're one of a kind, though. Collection of cast-offs unfit to live under the Empire's boot. Yours truly included. Much as some enlightened types might tell you otherwise, people like to have a say in the life they lead. That's what separates us from those bugs over there. Born queens, workers, drones, bred into roles ingrained so deeply they wouldn't know how to live otherwise. For the glory and prosperity of the Eye. But we've got it in us to be different. Might be born into farming, soldiering, or politicking. We can choose to walk a different path whenever the fancy should strike. Tain't in our nature to accept our lot without question. No, we have to believe in something. But put our faith in it. Only then will we deign to march in step. And indeed, faith of a savage stripe is one way to get us dancing to the same tune. Others might be compelled through faith in logic or law, intangible, invisible, yet cause enough for killing and conquering if it suits the Queen. The invaders have sullied our birthright for 8 centuries. No longer. We march for Locus Amunus. A few righteous words, his radiance, Solus Zos Galvus, whips the hive into a frenzy. Once that fire's burning, the passion in the masses can't soon be quelled. What was once a wish for home became a holy mission to spread enlightenment. Enlightenment which would not suffer such beliefs as the Beastmen held. Countless scores rendered up their lives on the altar of the Empire, until an entire continent was united under a single Magitech fist. For those who still dreamed the dream of unity, a deed worthy of song, yet some awoke to see it for tyranny it was. My grandfather Rulus included. The talents of the Reapers are passed down through bloodlines. Rulus was the best of us, the most accomplished and feared in the Order's long history. The duty of the Reapers, our role in the Hive, if you will, was to deliver our countrymen from corrupt and power-hungry tyrants. When Garlemald found religion in conquest, its appetite grew to be insatiable. My grandfather pondered this conundrum for many sleepless nights. Came to a decision. He would relieve Solus Zos Galvus of his life. Emmett Selk himself. 20 years ago he slipped into the deepest chambers of the Imperial Palace, silent as a shadow, until he could hear the Emperor's beating heart. Yet when Rulus returned to me, Solus was alive and well. My grandfather, on the other hand, had a skittishness in his step, and his black hair had turned a pale white. He said naught of his encounter with the Emperor, save that most powerful man in Garlemald was no man at all. Shamed in his defeat, my grandfather sought greater power. Bit by bit, he gave more of himself over to the void scent behind his avatar. Orcus struck when Rulus was weakest, taking his flesh and soul in one fell swoop. When he was finished, not a mote of my grandfather remained in that body. It was only Orcus. The fiend flew into a rapturous frenzy, and my family were his first victims. I remember the chill of his teeth sinking into my flesh, gnawing until they reached my very essence. How am I standing here before you then? Oh, Orcus gorged on a soul that night. It wasn't mine. Not exactly. It was my avatar that filled his belly. Seems that was all he could stomach. Some might consider that a lucky twist of fate, but I had little time to ponder my fortune. Fled soon as I was able. His radiance never looked kindly on those trying to end his life, or their families. I wandered about for years until I settled here and started seeking out others like me. Others who had awoken from the Empire's dream. Lemures is what we call the spirits of the dead in the Garlean tongue. A fitting moniker if ever there was one. Waking up from a long sleep ain't unlike climbing out the grave. I can attest to that. Son of a bleen, remind me not to give such long-winded speeches when the sand's blowing in my face. I'm headed back for some ale. See you at headquarters. Impressive that the sand's blowing in your face when it's raining. Although the pathetic fallacy of it. Wait, no. That was specifically for that cutscene. That it was raining. So that dialogue doesn't make sense. Sand wouldn't be blowing in the rain. Humidity would keep it down. You'd be getting rain in your face. Alright, whatever. Griffin Banes. Level 69. I don't like them. His eyes pierced my soul then. Welcome back, boss. What's the family? Shaken, but unharmed aside from some tousled hair and mangled verse. Orcus left one of his minions behind as a gift, but Arthur made quick work of it. I always said she were a keeper. You have an eye for the fierce art. I wager she could slay Orcus all on her own. Not that we'd let her take all the glory. Of course we wouldn't. We'll all be there when Orcus tries to take his prize. I don't think we'll be waiting long either. Orcus said he'd strike when Arthur was ripe with fear and hatred and despair, seasonings he's loath to forgo. I've an inkling how he might try to draw out those emotions. Finish off a half-eaten meal besides. Right you are, Drusilla. How many nights did you mourn your lost avatar? The wellspring of your power. I must say, it was quite the dish. Ah, I think not. Move so much as a finger and her head will hit the floor. Oh, that's it. That fire. I want to see it burn. I want to see it rage. I want to see the hatred seep into the depths of your soul. Shall I make this Drusilla's final breath? Or this one? It is so very hard to choose. I was right not to give in to my baser instincts, to allow the thought of your taste to simmer in my mind as you and Drusilla formed a bond, a kinship even. Born from an understanding of her inconsequential ideals, that you may better appreciate the bitter loss. But perhaps I should wait a while longer, to let the flavor of your hatred mature, and the tang of your malice ripen. I can make use of Drusilla yet, revel in her screams, exult in her misery. Ah, how splendid it will be. All the while, my prize piglet growing fat with loathing and succulent with terror. Patience rewards the dutiful gourmand after all. When your tantalizing flavor has fully matured, I shall return, and I shall reap my harvest. Shit. Poison bastard! Soulless piece of shite! Orcus is gonna pay for this. Aye, aye. That's the spirit. Right, we need a plan. First things first, find out where Orcus is hiding. Rest of the family should be able to help with that. In the meantime, you need to prepare. I know you're good, but we can't leave the boss's life to chance. Sharpen your skills and your scythe, then sharpen them once more. The boss can do naught against Orcus without her avatar. That means you'll have to do the heavy lifting. Of course, I'll do what I can to afford you an advantage. You can count on that. For Drusilla. Okay, bear with me a moment. I'm going to run to the toilet and be right back. But also, when I am back, I should stand for a little bit while my watch yells at me. Okay. I was chilly. Chilly. Oh, we're already on level 80. I thought we had another quest. But okay. So this is how we get Enshroud. Which gives us a different gauge. This is something that you can only get from doing this quest. So I've not had this, even though I'm at level 98. There are other skills that rely on that gauge that I've not been able to use. And I get my hands on him. Oh. Listen, we found out where the boss is being held. I'm warning you, how of it isn't pretty. An envelope arrived at the headquarters this morning. I opened it and inside was shite. Inside was a letter written in blood. There's no doubting whose it was. Orcus is reveling in his own cruelty. The letter said he's waiting for us at the dusk vigil. God knows what he's doing to her now. I've called on every able-bodied member of the family for this one. We're heading out as soon as everyone's assembled. It's not a lot of able-bodied members. We're here, Omina. More are waiting outside. Okay, never mind. We're ready to repay the debt we owe Drusilla. With our lives, if we must. With souls courageous, hearts of hardened steel, for leaders' sake, for family's ideal. Into the demon's lair they soon shall tread, to end his terror foul, his reign of dread. The boss would beam with pride to see this group of cold-blooded killers. Alright, After. We're ready when you say the word. This is a job for a Reaper, and a Reaper alone. What? Now, we might not hold a candle to the likes of you, but we got skills. You'll need someone to distract Orcus, right? Then you can move in for the kill while his back's turned. Don't tell us to stay here with our thumbs up our asses while the boss is suffering. Drusilla wouldn't want you throwing your lives away. Wouldn't. What do you know about what she wants? Amina, listen. Maybe she's right. I know she's right, god damn it. Doesn't mean it doesn't chafe. Boss wouldn't trust just any woman with the Reaper's arts. After's proven herself worthy time and again. If you're going alone, take that with you. For the boss, no self-respecting Reaper can reap without their scythe. Now go and make Orcus rue the day he crossed into this world. Giving me the salute. I really need to sort... Jesus, I need to get some more Etherite tickets. I really need to sort my inventory out. I've got a load of housing items I should maybe do something with. And I should do something with the Ozian sets that I bought. If they're going to go in my dresser, I should put them there. I also need to sort my dresser out and get rid of the crap that I'm never going to use. Which I think is largely the old job gear. So I'm just not going to use it. We need more glamour plates. We have over 20 classes. Even just combat classes, never mind crafters and gatherers. We have over 20 combat classes, but we only have 20 glamour plates. Yeah. Kind of makes having job-specific glamour plates difficult. Let's do it! And with this, we'll have finished the Reaper quests for today, and we can move on to Sage. There you are, my prize repast. Come forward. How the fuck did you get my link pearl? I don't think Drusilla even had that. Oh, okay. Where we fought the Griffin. So canonically, we've cleared Dusk Vigil before. I can smell it. Your fear, your hatred, your tender marbled soul. My masterpiece, ripe for the slaughter. I'll savor every bite, strip the flesh from your bones, crack them open to sup on the marrow. How I hungered, how I thirsted, enraptured by the thought of your sweet essence trickling down my throat. Never have I suffered so in waiting, but in beholding your magnificence, I see it was worth every agonizing pang. I do not expect you to leap into my maw willingly, nor do I desire it. I want you to writhe and struggle until your dying breath. I got lost and dying mashed up, so I came out to lying breath, which is a very different thing. I have awaited this feast for far too long. I think I shall skip straight to the main course. Pig squirms and writhes. Stay still and let the chef's blade do something. Oh, okay, don't stand in those. This might take a minute, given that he's only at 70%. Can't die without a final meal. Oh, never mind. I'm digging the music. Very good. Defiance becomes you. Though it begins to bore me. The Archfiend armor set is going hard here as well. Annoys, rather. 'Tis past time you bared your belly for my blade. Prey's sole purpose is to satisfy. My word, your aim's terrible. Nah. How? There should be nothing left of you. Should have learned to chew your food more thoroughly. Fools, the both of you. I won't die so easily. Now our feast begins. Very well. Meat is all the more delicious when it's tenderized. Give him a taste of his own balm medicine. Rip his soul out. Oh. That's new. You just worry about Orcus. I'll take care of the rest. I mean, you say that, but I can still help. Nearly there. And there we are. No! Yes, Nick. No. Honor is yours, Drusilla. Thank you, After. Dripping with fear, boiled in hatred, I can still smell its exquisite aroma. Just a taste. It's done. Let's get back to headquarters. Boss, after. Sorry for causing you all no-ended worry. In tracking me down, you risked life and limb. For that I thank you. All of you. We didn't risk anything. We just sat here praying until you and After walked through that door. Don't be so hard on yourself, lass. I know each and every one of you would have joined her if she hadn't talked some sense into you. We owe you our lives, boss. We owed it to you to return the favour. More than I deserve. Who forces them they hold dear into a personal vendetta? Who leads family to their death? Arnicus was no fool. He knew and accepted the risks. He placed his faith in you because he believed Orcus had to be stopped. And he was right. There'll be no more victims to mourn. He helped you to achieve that victory. It'd be enough for him. And it'll be enough for me. You're right. This ain't the time for sulking. Arnicus would be the first to tell me that. Now's the time to honour a sacrifice. To toast those we've lost, and those still by our sides. And to thank the brave souls that led us here. That means you, After, much as I'd like to take credit for Orcus' demise. It was a long, bloody road. This marks the end of your first assignment as a Reaper. What an assignment it was, eh? You might not be Garlean, but you tackled your task with a singular resolve that had impressed the most hardened soldier. I'm proud to call you family. We may have founded the Lemures to provide a home for wayward Garleans. We're not so different, Garleans and Eorzeans. No great revelation that, but moments like these help to put it all in perspective. This family has a dream that gives us the strength to survive in a strange land. But the beautiful thing about dreams, if you ask me, is they can change. They can get better. So I say that from this day forward, the Lemures will be united not by origin, but by purpose. Brothers and sisters bound by shared convictions. I don't think anyone will object to that, boss. The Lemures are ready to welcome people of all stripes. Starting with you. Though it was all but official already, eh? Aye. Here's the birth of our new family, sister. What a day it's been, eh? Hope it'll be a while yet before I have occasion to yammer on that much again. Too much talking's liable to put me in a sentimental mood. Or worse, make me dewy-eyed. So let's leave it at that, eh? You ever get weary from the weight of the world on your shoulders? No, our doors will always be open. If you need an ear to bend, a shoulder to weep on, or a stiff bottle to jump inside, I'll be right here, sister. As your avatar sups upon the souls of fallen foes. Something, that was too long to read in that short amount of time. Or rather, to read aloud. Okay. So is there not a level 90 capstone quest? I guess not. Or if there is, it's just not telling me about it. Okay. Oh yeah, I do actually have a new gauge now. The depth gauge. Yeah, so Communio is dependent on Enshroud. Okay. Sage now, yeah? Which means I need to get out... I think it's that one. I think it's that one. It is. Good. It has started to warm up a little. Probably helped by the fact that I'm standing. And have closed all the windows again. I forgot it was a Makote. Are you going to ask me my name as well? Because I know that I pretty much came here, grabbed the jobs, the crystal, and fucked off. I see the crystals imparted to you its knowledge as expected. Excellent. You're ready to embark on your training. Naturally, it begins with the armaments. A set of short staves known as newliths. Newliths trace their roots to healers of Eld, who employed naturally occurring objects of power known as adder stones. These stones, which harbour spiritual energies, were placed around the sick and ailing to create an etheric confluence through which the healer channeled her magics. From this primitive design, newliths gradually evolved into their present form. While their construction is far more sophisticated, the basic principle remains unchanged. In practice, the sage wields newliths as an extension of her mind, sending them darting through the air to weave the arcane patterns through which she unleashes advanced magics. If they sound difficult to wield, well, it's because they are. Even the Studium's most talented require years of training to become proficient. But you have an advantage that transcends talent. The crystal has chosen you. With its knowledge, the technique will come more readily. The technique will come more naturally to you than others. Now, as much as I would like you to have your... fuck. Now, as much as I would like you have... fuck me. Now, as much as I would like to have you try your hand with the newliths at once, I've just received promising intelligence from Command. Apparently, our fugitives have taken themselves to Idleshire and the Dravanian hinterlands. Let us make our way there at once. Alright. I mean, there's also buttons on here that I've never used. Ooh. Okay. Numa is a laser AoE that also restores health. Huh. Interesting. Well, that one doesn't need to be where it was. That could go there. That one can get moved. Yeah. Because I tend to not need that one as often. But it's only 90 seconds cooling. Huh. Not bad. It's not bad at all. So this is Idletrier. The tales do not do the place justice. Truly impressive what the goblins and their fellow scavengers have managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. To the task at hand. As I mentioned before, we have reason to believe that the fugitives have recently passed through this town, and may even still be here. For the sake of efficiency, I suggest we split up and search. I will see to the town south, if you could tend to the north. Who are we looking for? Have we had a description? Or are we just looking for anyone that seems a little bit shady? Help! Somebody help! Please, I need help! Did you hear that? Well, that's definitely a sage. That man is in trouble. Look at me when I'm talking to you! Stop this at once! A sage's barrier? Loifer. Too many eyes and ears. You best leave. Don't know who you are. I don't care. Do not get in our way again. You've been warned. Wait! Who the fuck are you then? Thank you. Had you not intervened when you did, I dread to think what might have become of me. Permit me to introduce myself. Faldrinus of Charlian, at your service. Truly? I'm Charlian too, a recent graduate of the studium, in fact. Would you mind telling us what happened? Oh, then an alumno should come to my rescue. Aliak watches over his own. As to what happened, what is there to say? I was going about my business when they set upon me, without warning or provocation. I see. What is your business, if you don't mind my asking? Healing. The provision of it, that is. I am a sage, you see, and I travel the realm, providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it. A sage besides? Speaking of which, one of your assailants, the Vieira man, also wielded sage magic. Was he known to you? No. I'd never so much as laid eyes upon him before. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come here. If they use the sage's art for ill, then their destination is like to be Saint Mocane's Arboretum. The Arboretum? What could they possibly seek in that abandoned place? Following the Exodus, the cultivation of certain plants became forbidden in Charlian. but that which can no longer be found in the motherland still grows freely there, among which are potent but dangerous herbs. I see. That does stand to reason, and I dare say it was for your knowledge that the fugitives attacked you. You too are a sage, yet you do not appear to be Sharlayan. How did you come by your soul crystal? The good people of Physis Technon had entrusted the crystal to me, and when it exhibited a strong resonance in After's presence, I in turn entrusted it to her. Then you were chosen to inherit. Is it aught amiss, Master Faldrinet? Faldrinet? I don't fucking know. No, 'tis nothing. I was but struck by the remarkable providence to have crossed paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation, after all, our policy to observe, not intervene. This did not sit well with me, and so I left Sharlayan behind, as the great Master Louis Soir once did. And though I would never dare equate myself to him, I too believe it my duty to alleviate suffering in the world. So that's what brought you to Eorzea. You are a noble soul, Master Faldrinet, and I commend your resolve. Well, I must return to the road. I thank you again for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, let us both endeavour to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind. Let us head to St. McCain's Arboretum at once. Given what we know of the fugitives, I had considered that they might be after knowledge sealed in the great Google Library. Master Faldrinet presents a compelling theory, and for an all but proven theory of my own, our quarry has clearly enhanced themselves with sage magic. I'd suspected as much given what they stole. The leader's actions earlier leave little room for doubt. Not that it gives us any greater insight into who they are or their ultimate goal. Regardless, to use a sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable, and I'll not rest until these criminals have been brought to justice. Right, to the Arboretum. Our mission aside, I dare say it'll be an ideal place for your training. Oh, we're all the way at the back. Okay. Yeah. By the scholar. So this is St. McCain's Arboretum. In the illustrations, I did not think it would be so immense. It may interest you to know that this place holds special meaning to sages. From ancient strains to crossbred creations, myriad medicinal plants have been cultivated within its halls. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus 15 years ago, this once magnificent institution has fallen into ruin. Still, there's a certain charm in seeing nature reassert her dominion. Why, it must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife within. I should like to spend a day studying them, field guide in hand. Forgive me, this isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues that will lead us to them. Please see to your preparations. A spot of practice with your spells would not go astray, and then we shall venture in. If you are ready, let us venture forth. Oh, it's a multi-stage battle. Interesting. Lala Jinjal the Studious. If our assumption is correct, the fugitives have come and may still be here. Keep your eyes peeled and your guard up. These halls are home to a dangerous creature. I'll draw their attention, and you may focus on applying your techniques. So, shall we practice some summonautical fundamentals? To begin with, cast Cardia on me. The spell will establish a magical link between us. The residual ether of your attacks will be channeled unto me, healing my wounds as you deal damage to our foes. Yes, just so. Let us continue on. I haven't played much sizable fiend ahead. I believe this calls for a barrier. This time, augment your spells using Eucrasia, then cast Eucrasian Diagnosis on me. This will bestow a barrier on me that provides both protection and healing. Yeah. I haven't played much Sage over, I think, level 60. Excellent. Now we may proceed. And when I have, I probably haven't been using my full pool yet. Nothing of note here. Let us head deeper into the Arboretum. Fiends ahead. Impressive to see how well you wield your newlets. One would not think you a novice. Well, this is the healer I'm probably worst at. Just being honest. Although I'm also not good at Astro. Arguably, I'm not even good at, well, any of them. I've not played White Mage properly in so long, I'm probably not very good at it anymore. Some manner of plant seems to have been harvested here. I can't identify it by its remaining parts, however. There may be other clues nearby. We should investigate further. Flurries of tiny bubbles break the water's surface at regular intervals. Some manner of creature hiding under the lily pad, perhaps. An impression on the edge of the lily pad suggests someone knelt here, perhaps to draw water. More of the same plant taken. What could it possibly be? Resting at the bottom of the pool is an animal carcass overgrown with plant life. Perhaps it fell in while foraging for food. Traces of ice. Someone recently fought here. A proficient wielder of magic. Fugitives may be close. Be on your guard. Fine scorch marks are in evidence on the leafage, reminiscent of those left by sage magics. Fugitives, in the name of the Forum, I demand you surrender yourselves at once. I like the fact that they're using the Pagalthan chess pieces. Although that's not the chess piece for a monk or pugilist. Of all the weapons to bear against us. No matter. I warned you once, and I won't warn you again. That might be the casting one. I know that the healing one looks like that. So the caster one is usually a coloration change of healing. Or vice versa. I've got this. Stand back. Very well. This will go poorly for you if you resist. Finish them quickly. Ansel, that's enough. You mustn't lose your temper. But damn it, it wasn't for that sage. We'll deal with you instead. We'll see about that. Nothing left of you but that. Oops. I forgot that this sage's movement ability is linked to your target like Black Mage. Whereas the White Mage one is more like Reaper or Picto, where it's just a dash. So that's my bad for forgetting how that works. And that's a death. Which also means I'm gonna have to go. We're going to have to go through phase 1 again. chain. We must subdue Loifa first. No shit. What do you think I've been doing? You always target the healer. Always target the healer first. It's over. Lay down your arms and I promise you won't come to further harm. There we go. I just needed to not stand in the bad. As is, you know, the secret to most fights. Don't stand in the bad. Loifa, we don't have time for this. You held your own against the Enhanced. But that's enough sport for now. The mission takes precedence. Confound it, not again! Well, they didn't get whatever they were here to gather then, by the looks of it. What's this? The pouch they dropped contained a plant. What they came for, I shouldn't doubt. It is a matter of herb, but none I've seen in the course of my studies. And as I made my way out, I also stumbled upon what appeared to be a diary by the entrance. Though much of its contents are magically obfuscated, I could make out some summonautical terms, so may assume it belonged to the sage. As we continue our pursuit, I'll work on lifting the enchantment. When you have a moment, please feel free to peruse the contents in Idleshire. On that note, let us head back to the settlement. Wait, no, I want to go south. No, wait, do I? No. Oh, no, yeah. I get confused because I'm used to heading north from settlements. But no, Idleshire is in the north. Again, as far as tutorials in an MMO go, not a bad one. I've dispatched the plant to Charlian for identification. When we learn what it is, I believe we'll gain insight into the villain's objective. Now tell me, have you been practicing with the Nuliths while I wasn't looking? I ask because even with the crystal's knowledge, you demonstrated remarkable proficiency. Regardless, 'tis plain you have a gift for the art. The sages whose memories reside in the crystal must be beaming with pride. Though sometimes I cannot help but wonder, if the sage's art was created for the betterment of mankind, why then does it incorporate techniques which inflict harm? And the fugitives, what could have compelled them to spurn our homeland's prescribed policy, as Master Louis Soir and Master Faldrenet have? I muse to have no avail. It'll be a moment before we hear back regarding the plant. Until we do, please take the opportunity to continue honing your skills. As you go about your training, remember to heed the voices within your soul crystal. Do so and your predecessors will surely grant you the wisdom to protect those you hold dear. That's enough standing. For now. Ugh. Wonderful timing, Arthur. Remember that mystery plant I sent to Charlian for analysis? I received the results not long ago. It was muscimoloi, a herb that possesses potent ether-fortifying properties. Owing to its effect, its cultivation was outlawed some years ago. It is most certainly why the fugitives came to Eorzea. Unable to obtain the herb in Charlian, they decided to procure it from the Arboretum. They likely intend to use it in conjunction with the Soul Crystal to further enhance themselves. Though their motives are still a mystery, the fact remains that they have already caused harm, and will continue to do so until they are brought to justice. Now, as they failed to obtain muscimoloi here, you'll need to look elsewhere. I'm pleased to say my informer has helped me to identify an apothecary who deals in the herb, and whom I suspect our quarry will seek out. This individual is a resident of Lost Hope in central Thanalan. That is where we shall next take ourselves. Mark my words, they won't escape this time. I'll suffer them to misuse the sage's noble art no longer, and much less with that soul crystal. If we are to catch the fugitives, we'd best hurry. That said, we should take a moment to regroup and prepare at Blackbrush Station before heading on to Lost Hope. Coconut milk? Good gods, such a dry and dusty place this is. What I wouldn't give for a bath right now. Ah! How long have you been there? I mean, 'tis well you are here. I've already replenished my supplies, so if you're ready, we may begin looking for the apothecary at once. A Hyuran woman whose facial tattoo should mark her out. The fugitives are like to be searching for her too. We must find her before they... That woman yonder fits the description, but something appears to be amiss. Let us investigate. Help me, please! What ails you, madam? I was dealing with a customer when a group of bandits attacked us. I managed to flee, but he's still at their mercy. Worry not. We'll help you. Pray, lead the way. Thank you. It could only be them. It's indeed them. Wait. Is that Master Baldrinna? It's over, villains. Lay down your arms, or else. Or else what? Answer me one thing. What is this all for? Why go to such lengths and forsake everything you had to obtain power? Why wield such power against good, well-meaning souls? Good? Well-meaning? You know nothing about us. Nothing! You're just fools who believe everything you've been fed. I'm beginning to regret sparing you. Do you feel it? The weight of this sacred duty? To strive for the betterment of mankind and stand as a beacon of hope. To play with people's lives. Do you feel it? The weight of the sin. You would speak of sin. To do naught when a life might be saved, that is the greatest sin. Every day, unfortunate souls die without reason, at fate's whim. It is the sage's duty to fight this injustice by whatever means he may. If you understand this, then it's not too late for you. You may yet make something of your lives. Shut your mouth! If you're determined to protect that wretch, then I will consider you complicit. Wait, I know you. Okay, can I do that? I'd like to be able to do that. Rather too close to the settlement for comfort. I fear for the civilians. They wouldn't stand a chance against such a fiend, as they would well know. You bastard! No, don't let him provoke you. They're test subjects. Stay with me. Listen to my voice. You must lure the beast elsewhere and tend to it. After, would you mind assisting me? Valdrene's the villain. Go! I have the situation here in hand. Yeah, Valdrene's the villain. He was doing tests and abusing being a sage. Loifer's gonna end up being the good guy. Calling it now. I may as well heal myself. Not that I need it. Thank you, my friend. Well fought. I dare say you're a born sage. Fascinating. But come, we should return to the others. The villains may not remain stricken for long. Conditions unchanged. We should probably take advantage of this and apprehend them. This symptom. Hold on. Getting us out of here. We're fine, Loifer. No, you're not, and you know it. It's the enhancement, isn't it? You know something of the procedure, of its potency, the harm it causes. There's a limit to the amount of corporeal ether a living being can harbour. As we grow up, it waxes. As we grow old, it wanes. Gradual, gentle process, if allowed to function in the natural fashion. Complications may arise when one forcibly fortifies the ether, as a rogue healer was rumoured to have been doing with live subjects some years ago. Man used an unproven procedure on countless souls, a forbidden procedure, known only to a select few sages. And though he succeeded in a few instances, those subjects suffered from debilitating side effects. Those rumors were denounced by the forum as baseless, and yet... You'll believe anything they tell you, won't you? Naive fools. What? Can you stand? Wait, please. It's really you, isn't it? Mahord. Ansel. Yes. Yes, it is. My children. Oh, how you've grown. Like the 12 you're alive. Perfect chance to apprehend the fugitives, to complete my mission, but I couldn't. It seems you know them, the ones called Mahord and Ansel. Of course, my adopted children. They were orphaned at a young age, and I took them in and raised them as my own. Though none of us were related by blood, we became as close as family as can. Ours was a quiet, comfortable life. But then one day, Mahord fell sick. She had a raging fever and grew weaker with every passing moment. Etherspurn, the illness is called. I've read about it. A rare disease wherein the body becomes unable to draw ether from food. There is no known cure, only palliative care. Our troubles didn't end there. Even as we were struggling to look after Mahord, a fell beast attacked our settlement. Ansel tried to protect his sister and was badly hurt. Pyrogen said that he'd be bedridden for the rest of his days. I didn't know what to do. Without the coin to care for them, my mind went to dark places. I began thinking of how I might spare them the pain. Spare us all. It was in that state that he found me. A kindly traveller. A healer. Yes, he offered to help Mahord and Ansel and refused what little payment I tried to give. He also said their condition demanded special care and facilities. It would take years, many years. Desperate as I was, I accepted without hesitation. And so he left with my children. It was hard not knowing what became of them, wondering if I had made the right choice. I clung to the hope that one day we would be reunited. And we were. We were. Oh, to finally see them again is... I haven't the words for it. It matters not that they've changed. The healer, what was his name? Gildavane, he called himself. A healer of some renown in his native Sharlayan, I believe. A truly touching tale. Where there is life, there is hope. Would you not agree? Now then, if I'm no longer needed here, I shall return to making my rounds. Till next time, my aspiring sage. I'm telling you, he's a baddie. There's a reason why they've put him in the facet cloak, which is also the set that you get from, you know, the Void raids in Heavensward. The one all to do with demons and bad, evil stuff. Yeah. I believe the danger's past, but for good measure, I'll ask the Immortal Flames to keep an eye on the area. We are in your debt. Now, if you do not mind telling me, was this your first time meeting Master Faldrene? Oh no, he's a regular of mine, introduced by an acquaintance. When he comes, he always takes a moment to treat those who are unwell. To have so many kindly healers, Sharlayan must be a wonderful place indeed. And who is this acquaintance of yours, if I may ask? A merchant in Aleport. Master Faldrone buys alchemical ingredients from him. Rare items sourced directly from Thavner. I see. Out of curiosity, what did Master Faldrone buy from you this time? Oh, just the usual. A few sprigs of muskmalloy. He was actually the one who told me where to get the herb. Says it's used to treat certain serious illnesses. Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be returning to my stall. Don't know when, but I know my children will return. I must work hard if I'm to give us better lives. Let us return to Idleshire for now. Recent events have given me much to ponder. It wasn't the trio that was trying to get Mushk Malloy. Maybe it was Faldrone, and they ambushed him, and then we ambushed them. That might be reading too far into it. After, ashamed though I am to admit this, I'm no longer certain of the truth. It wasn't Loifer and his accomplices who sought Muskmalloy, but Master Faldrone. What the fugitives want is Master Faldrone himself. Clearly, they bear a grievance against him. If those despicable rumours were true, and one of ours was actually... The Forum was adamant in their denial, and they surely wouldn't... My mind's running amok. Forgive me, but I need a moment to rein in my thoughts. Pray, forgive me my earlier bewilderment. If you do not mind, I would review the situation as it stands. We have been labouring under the assumption that Loifer and his companions had come to Eorzea to further enhance themselves in their pursuit of forbidden power. To that end did they seek to procure Muskmalloy, which they would use in conjunction with the stolen soul crystal. But it wasn't the Muskmalloy that they wanted. No, what they wanted was the man who wanted it, Master Faldrone. Using the herb as a lead, they went to the Arboretum in anticipation of their quarry's arrival, and failing to find him there, they made their way to Lost Hope. Such is my theory, at any rate. What do you make of all this? Loifer and his companions aren't criminals, they're victims. So you think so too? There is something else. The rumours I mentioned of a Sharlayan healer who conducted heinous procedures on live subjects. After sharing recent developments with Command, they reopened the investigation and, to our considerable shock and surprise, confirmed that there appears to be some truth to them after all. The villain went to great lengths to conceal his operation, and thus did he manage to elude the authorities for years. The man's identity is yet to be conclusively ascertained, but we have a suspect, a sage who disappeared from Sharlayan shortly before our fugitives first arrived. A sage by the name of Gildevane. Yes, the same Gildevane who took Mahord and Ansel into his care, I suspect. If they were victims of his experiments, then they would have every reason to follow him to the ends of the world. While much of this is conjecture, it goes far toward explaining that which we know. So, let us proceed on this assumption, and have the truth from the man at the heart of recent events, Faldrone. Now, according to the apothecary, 'twas a merchant in Aleport who introduced them. If we find this merchant, we may also find Faldrone. To Valbrand. So this is Aleport, one of Valbrand's foremost trading hubs. Oh, I should like to take in the sights. That must wait. We have work to do. We must try to find this merchant before Faldrone does. As I recall, the man deals in Thavnerian wares. Let us begin by... Healer! Send for a healer! You're a healer? Good. We got some badly hurt folk just outside. Attacked by the looks of it. Could you go attend to them? Might be as whoever did it is still near, so watch yourselves. I'm gonna raise the alarm. Oh, hey, Loifer. What in the world happened? We're too late to help the merchant. But Loifer, you can still save him. Your earlier speculation was simply that. Speculation. We do not know for certain that he and his companions seek to accomplish. What we do know, however, is that they took a life in Sharlayan. They are murderers. I know it's not my place to pass judgment, but they took her from me. My mother. He was right. I am a fool. Thought I was strong enough to keep my feelings out of it. Loifer can't tell us anything if he's dead. Yes. Yes. We cannot have justice without the truth. My mother and all others who have suffered, not least of all. Forgive me my indecision. Please, render Loifer your aid. Hey, Tinker, how you doing? Ugh. Are you alright? The Horde and Ansel. Where are they? They were not here when we arrived, only the merchant. It was too late for him, but Arthur was able to save you. Will you tell us what happened? Who was it that attacked you? Gildervain. Who else? That bastard is still out there because of you. And now... So, it is as we had suspected. Aldrine is Gildervain. Finally ready to accept it, are you? He can change his face and his name. There's no changing the monster he is. Still masquerading as a kind-hearted healer. Wolf in sheep's clothing who preys upon the vulnerable for his vile experiments. So you were indeed his test subjects. I am sorry. Had I known, I... Save your apology. It won't bring Horde and Ansel back. When we confronted Gildervain, they shielded me from his magic. I must have taken them. Couldn't do anything. All the power and the sacrifice. Couldn't do a damn thing. What are you talking about? I was born with a disease of the lungs. As I grew, so too did it worsen, till I had but a few moons left to live. It was then that Gildervain appeared before us, before me and my master. I mean, the master's kind of hot, though. He's kind of got a bunny Sephiroth thing going on. With the wisdom of Sharlayan, he could heal me, he said. Having believed for so long that I never had a chance, I wasn't sure how to feel. My master was overjoyed. And seeing that joy, this first time I wanted to live. For him. For me. We were fooled. In the guise of treatment, Gildevan subjected me to a dangerous procedure to fortify my ether. I wasn't the only one. There were others. So many others. But one after another, they disappeared. Till only a few of us remained. We who survived have been more than cured. We've been given unnatural powers. I was twice as strong as any man who could channel magics with ease. For all the good it did, I was no match for Gildevan and his tricks. Worse still, I couldn't protect Mahord and Ansel. This life is my reward for all the suffering and sacrifice. I'd have been better off dead. Whatever life you have, still life, and you owe it to the others to make the most of it. Mahord and Ansel still need you. You can't give up now. Help me. Please. I want to save them. Can't do it alone. I need help, so please. I'm doing alright, thank you for asking, Tinker. A bit sleepy, but that's to be expected after streaming for nearly 12 hours yesterday. If Gildevan went to the trouble of taking Mahord and Ansel, it can only mean one thing. It means to experiment on them again. We can't let that happen. We have to find and save them. Wait, even if we manage to ascertain Gildevan's whereabouts, the fact remains the three of you together couldn't overpower him. We cannot expect to fare much better. In all likelihood, he himself is also enhanced. We are to confront him. We must have a foolproof plan. Do you not agree? Very well. For now, I ask that you return to Idleshire. I'll join you there after briefing the Yellow Jackets on the situation. Where am I going? Tidings from Command after. They've confirmed Gildevan used Muskmalloy in his procedure. Despite his attempts to destroy all evidence of his crimes, traces of the herb were found in his laboratory. Furthermore, no record exists of a healer named Faltrene. If ever there was any doubt it was a false identity, there is none now. In hindsight, I should have tried to explain everything to you. We didn't know who to trust. Even if you had attempted to convince me, I doubt I would have listened. I saw what I wanted to see, believed what I needed to believe. Even with the mounting evidence, I wavered over whether we should save you. My mother would have been ashamed to see what I'd become. I took up the shield because I wanted to protect all life, just as she did to her dying breath. Your mother was a warrior like you. She was a healer. The soul crystal you took was hers. Then the woman that day was your mother. Gildevan had already fled Sharlayan. We were attempting to escape when one of our comrades collapsed in pain. Someone chanced to see us, another sage at Physis Technon. Suspicious though we must have looked, she rushed to our aid without hesitation. Our companion, he flew into a frenzy and we couldn't stop him. I tried to save her, the gods know I did, but with the last of her strength, she pressed the crystal into my hands. Forgive me. There's naught to forgive. She did what she had always done. What she believed was right. If she had any regrets, it would doubtless be that she couldn't help you sooner. As for the crystal, she clearly wished for you to have it. She must have seen something in you. In that moment, it's my hope that you will carry on her legacy and fight for the future of all lives. Future of all lives. I shall dedicate my efforts to locating Gildervain. Until I do, please continue practicing your skills. Better to be prepared for when we face him. After, you'll be pleased to hear that in response to my latest report, my superiors have decided to spare no resources in the hunt for Gildervain. A remarkable change of policy, given how they once considered the rumours to warrant only a cursory investigation before being dismissed. But in any event, with their assistance, 'tis only a matter of time before we find our man. While we await deployments, I ask that you continue honing your skills. Better to contend with Gildervain when time comes. Can't stand to be idle. I will join you, if you're not averse. No, not at all. We would welcome it, in fact. After can go no further with my limited knowledge. She would benefit from your guidance, and I dare say you stand to gain from the experience as well. As to how you might train, may I suggest lending a helping hand to the locals? The Dravanian hinterlands are home to many treasure hunters. Theirs is a dangerous line of work, and they often find themselves in trouble. If you speak with their representative, Midnight Dew, she should be able to direct you to her fellows who may require assistance. You're familiar with this Midnight Dew, yes? Lead the way. He's with you, I take it. Something I can help you with? Oh, you want to help us? Aye, well, it's true enough. Want to make quick coin, the summers bite off more than they can chew. As a matter of fact, a few hunters have yet to return, and I had a mind to go and look for them. Reckon you could take care of it in my stead? Much obliged. Some especially nasty fiends have been out and about of late, and I'm hoping our friends haven't run afoul of them. Friends, I say, but we're more like family. Family looks after family. Aye, that they do. Watch yourselves out there, eh? Thanks again. To think that by subjecting me to the procedure, Gildervain gave me the ability to wield sage magic. The power to heal and to harm. Now I'll repay his gift by doing just that. With his death, his victims will finally be able to move on. Those are thoughts for another day. Let us be off and see if we can't find these hunters and any friends that may be stalking them. Yeah. Oh wait, too far. treasure hunter's hurt badly. Heal her using diagnosis. Thank you. I thought I'd be able to handle the fiends. How wrong I was. I owe you my life. You can be sure I'll sing your praises to all who listen. Fare you well. I'm glad we could spare her. We could help her, spare her family the sorrow. Come, let us continue. Terrible wound. This is no time for training. I'll take care of it. Are you alright? What? I'm alive? Ow! Was it you? Yes, well, you were in a bad way and I... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. My wife, she's with child. Our firstborn. I wanted to earn as much coin as I could to provide for my family. But in my haste, I got reckless. Took on jobs that were beyond me. But thanks to you, I still have my life. My family still have me. No more stupid risks. I won't squander the future you've given us. My thanks again, and the 12 bless you. He's got a lot to live for, doesn't he? You know, I used to dream about the future I knew I'd never see. About overcoming my illness and protecting the forest as a wood warder, as is the duty of Viera men. I wanted to repay my people for not giving up on me, my tribe, and my master. I allowed myself to hope when I went with Gildervain, till the dream died once and for all in his laboratory, alongside those who were sacrificed in the pursuit of his twisted ambition. For the betterment of mankind, that depraved fiend took everything from me. Since then, I've been bent upon revenge. Save that, there was no purpose for my sage's power. Since meeting you and Lala, I feel as though I'm beginning to understand why this soul crystal was given to me. The hope that all might live to know a better tomorrow. There is a warmth and comfort in there. And a purpose. I won't fall again. Not when my friends, my family need me. Come what may, I will protect them. For that purpose and no other will I use my power. This I swear upon the crystal. Soon we must confront Gildervain. If we're to triumph, we must trust each other with our lives. Are you prepared to trust yours to me? Yes. And I'll protect you too. I'm counting on you. So see to it you keep up. Well, I believe that's enough training for one day. Let's head back to Idleshire. Hopefully Lala's allies have made progress. See you there playing Kingdom Hearts. Ugh. I should do another playthrough. Modded. Yes, I mean, that has been planned for a long fucking time. I should actually do it. You're finishing the critical run and remines. You can finally kill your Yozora and the Organization 13 members. Fair enough. But yeah, I still need to do some modded stuff. Also, I know that you've not been thinking about it for ages, Batinga. But I might need some help setting up a webhook or something to try and automate the go live messages in streaming Whorehouse. Because that would be nice. I think from what I've looked into it a little bit, and I don't think it's that complicated. I could potentially do it myself. Barely heard what I said. Setting up a webhook in Discord to pull when I go live, so that it basically automates the go live message in the streaming Whorehouse. Either that could be a little project for you, because I doubt it would take you very long, or I think I was looking into it briefly earlier, and there's a service called IFTT that like manages a bunch of webhook API stuff, and that could be, I could look into that and potentially set that up myself. But yeah, that's something that I would like to get done, because I'd still post when I actually go live, because I know there can be a delay with webhooks where it can like they update I think once every 5 minutes or something, but it can take longer for certain things to come through. But if it posted the link to the channel when I'm live, that coupled with me saying when I go live would be decent. For that, we probably would need to set up BurnBot for Discord. This is why I'm mentioning it. Because I think I'm pretty sure there's a way I can do it without having to do any coding, or with script that is been provided, so using services I wouldn't have to code. But I don't know how far you got, because I know that you were looking at doing the Discord bot briefly before stuff went down. Yeah, figured I'd mention it. Anyway. You're both back. Good. I have news to share regarding the hunt for Gildevane. First of all, we've located the villain. With the aid of a fellow operative, we discussed unusual etheric activity in a cave in the Dravanian Forelands. This is where he's made his base. It holds Mahord and Ansel. The two are alive. More than that, we could not ascertain. Hold on, my friends. I'm to save you. We've also learned more about Gildevane himself from an acquaintance of his in yesteryear. According to said acquaintance, after graduating from the Studium, Gildevane completed further studies in various fields, Somaneutics most notably. With his skill and knowledge, he was made a professor of the faculty, and it was there that he met his wife, a fellow researcher and talented sage in her own right. But one day she fell gravely ill. Healers of various persuasions attempted to treat her, but her condition deteriorated rapidly. She passed away not a week later. Gildervain was not the same man after that. Whatever tragedy he has known, I can muster no sympathy for him, nor would you if you had seen the madness in his eyes, heard the malice in his voice. Mark my words, it wasn't for his wife that he mourned, but the loss of a valuable resource. That is all people are to Gildervain. So it seems. For whatever reason he may have had, he cannot be permitted to continue his depraved experiments. That being said, we cannot storm his cave just yet. His knowledge of hermeneutics makes him a dangerous opponent. We must be amply prepared. To that end, I have been working on a countermeasure. It will take a little longer to complete. Meanwhile, I must ask for your patience and your faith. As much as I wish to save Mahord and Ansel, it would be meaningless if we lost anyone in the process, so please, believe in me. There's a lot of tutorials using something called streamer.bot. I will look into it some more. Like I say, there's definitely ways that I can set it up by myself. But it was just if you had gotten anywhere with... Never mind. You found a tutorial. On GitHub. Okay. That is the guide I was looking at earlier that uses IFTT. Sorry, IFTTT. Yeah. You don't understand why you'd need IFTTT when it's something built on Discord webhooks, but... So, my understanding is that rather than IFTTT is what pulls the data and sends it to the webhook, rather than you having to have a separate program or service run it. Because Discord webhooks are just the receiver. They don't pull the data, is my understanding. But I don't know much, so I'm probably wrong. Alright, I'll wait. When all this is ready, we'll go and rescue Mahord and Ansel. My apologies for the wait. The countermeasure is ready. As it is quite delicate, however, I will hold on to it until the moment of reckoning. Good. Let us make for Gildervain's lair at once. Has there been further word on Mahord and Ansel? My fellow operatives report that your friends are still alive, and together we will ensure that they remain so. Thank you. Thank you. Though to me, they are more than just friends. They are family. Our destination lies in the northeast of the Dravanian Forelands, where the Somal foothills meet the 100 Throws. The cave entrance is just west of the springs. Understood. I'll go on ahead to scout out the area. Wrong. Careful. There we go. This is it, Arthur. Gildervain's lair. Remember, our chief concern is Mahord and Ansel's safety. As for the countermeasure, it is a set of garments imbued with a special enchantment to shield you from Gildervain's influence. Should the worst come to the worst, it will keep you safe, and our hopes alive. Also, making a loop that requests the data and sends it to the bot every once in a while wouldn't be hard per se, but you would have to run it on background, which is resources. Yeah. Yeah. Potentially what I'd be looking to do is perhaps even host BurnBot on like a Raspberry Pi or something. But that's way down the line. That's not really an issue. Otherwise, you know, I tend to like Raspberry Pi isn't that expensive, is my thinking. So if BurnBot was going to do a lot of extra stuff, it wouldn't be difficult to host it on Raspberry Pi. Yeah, that's the bonus of using Raspberry Pi, is we wouldn't need all of the bloat. It would just be the bot, basically. But I need to learn more in order to facilitate that as well. But that's a current thinking for when it reaches that point of development. Yeah. Too long didn't read an API call loop every X time that checks if you and every streamer in a list is live. Yeah. And it wouldn't need to be excessive. Like, it could be once every 10 minutes. Every 15 minutes. And it would only need to report when the status changes from not live to live. So it would need to be able to check against the previous call. So we could have it set a variable that it checks again, and then sets the variable at the end. Which is basically what the countdown, the cooldown check I currently have on BurnBot does. Yeah. You see, I know a little bit of scripting. I don't know the language necessarily, but I know a little bit of the practicalities involved. I have the logic, yeah. Some level of it. I understand the core mechanics of what it should do. I don't know how to make it do that. Somehow. Makes you quite a good programmer. It's why I could be a project manager for a programming team. Because I have enough knowledge to know the functions that they would need to do, but then I would rely on them to be like, okay, well, I know this is what you need to do. Can you explain to me why you can't do that? And then I'd have enough knowledge to go the other way. I would not be a good code hammer monkey. No. I just like me, I can create solutions, but writing them sometimes is hard. Yeah. It's like I very much so enjoy having projects where I have a specific task or a specific problem to fix. Like, I've made several trackers and analysis spreadsheets and data models and things like that. And I enjoy doing that. But when it comes to the other stuff, it gets a bit. You might be working in like 2 weeks. Ah, congratulations. So you have to get going with the code monkeying. Like, don't worry about it if you're busy. Don't worry about it. I thought I would have the conversation. Kuro is making a code company. Ooh. And he's decided to make you his first hire. Ah, congratulations. To both of you. Ooh. What kind of cursed stuff are you going to produce? You don't know how to feel, but his job. Yeah. Very true. Job is definitely better than no job. In most cases. You don't know if you can talk about that info openly. So code. Fair enough. Anyway, we can always catch up more on Discord later or something. As for the countermeasure, oh wait, I've already read all that. If the worst comes to the worst, it will keep you safe and our hopes alive. As I mentioned, they are rather delicate, but I guarantee they will last you this one battle. When you're ready to sally forth, I will have you change into them. Okay. So you're making me put on sage clothes. Some of your gear will be glamoured, but everything else will not be affected. So, are you ready? Okay. Yeah, okay, it looks like it's given me the artifact armor for Sage. I won't get this until I'm level 90. Or do the level 90 stuff. Horde! Ansel! What have you done to them, you bastard? My, such anger. When you should instead feel joy for your friends. They have the opportunity to contribute to mankind's future. For the frailty of our flesh, so much knowledge and skill and experience are forever lost, an unconscionable and unacceptable waste. A lasting solution to the problem will not come without additional sacrifice. It is unavoidable. But you, my friend, you are an invaluable living specimen, and I give thanks for the opportunity to study you further. You monster! How many lives have been lost and torn apart at your twisted whims? You play the part of the indignant moralist well. Pity, as fellow Sharlian, I held out hope that you, at least, would come to appreciate my vision. Alas, you are as short-sighted as the rest. But no matter, you can yet serve a purpose. As a benchmark for my progress. Oh yes, all the elements are present for the test of strength. Mahord, Ansel, kill these self-righteous fools. Hold on, my friends. We'll save you. It should be possible to break Gildevain's controls. We just need to find an opening. As for you, I would thank you never to call me a fellow Sharlayan. It sickens me to think you are a compatriot. My, the animosity's fairly palpable. I'd best make myself scarce. Ooh, different kind of teleport. Or he's made himself invisible? He did something. Sage's wisdom. Shielded from the effects of craniotomy. Let us begin with you, Ansel. Damn it, they're not in their right minds. And we have no choice but to subdue them. A craniotomy. That's taking off the top of your head. Your cranium. So it's effectively a partial beheading, decapitation. Such reckless abandon. Their bodies and minds must be on the verge of breaking. Ugh. Yeah, I don't have to worry about Lloyd as much. Because he can heal himself. That will do. That will do, Mahord. Your turn. Four elements. Like a delta attack? Ah, I see. This is your limit. Yet another disappointment. Perhaps you can take one of these with you. Stay with me, my friends. I will free you yet. Mahord! Ansel! Forgive me. Didn't want to hurt you. seem you possess a heightened affinity to the sage's art. That I should be blessed with such fine specimens for my research. We must see what else you can do. Yes, we must. Watch out! What? Now we're even. I won't fall. Not again. Through all the suffering and sacrifice, I'm still here. I'm still alive. And so long as I live, I refuse to let anyone else die on me. What say you, Alphino? Mahord, Ansel. As if you needed to ask. Where you go, we follow. You know this. I believe in you too, Loifer. And you and after both. Gildavan, you wanted to see what else we could do, right? Then come and find out. Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous! Do not hold back, my dear subjects, for neither shall I. For the betterment of mankind, let us transcend the limits of our flesh together. What the fuck? Lohi? I mean, it's definitely the Lohi rig. You'll pay for all the lives you've destroyed. Sharlayan will suffer your villainy no more. You're getting a little bit fucked up over there, Lala. Right scalpel. Okay, yeah. Dextrinous and sinister ice blades. Yep. Very familiar with those. Lucky rock too. People are not your playthings, you fiend. You're disgusting. Amputation. Okay. Hypothermia. Yeah. Been a tremendous pleasure, my dear subjects. And all good things must come to an end. Okay, craniotomy. Oh gods, not this spell. How do I fix them? Damn it, he's taking control of their minds again. How do I fix it? Seems our two sages have protection, intrinsic and extrinsic respectively. Curious and curious. Not good. At this rate, their minds will be irreparably damaged. Oh, I see. This magic is derived from Somanutics. If we destroy his nuliths, we can break its hold. Too clever by half. But you'll need to be quick too, else your comrades' brains will melt in their skulls. We did it! Are you alright, my friends? I think so. Thank you. Your successor is proving herself quite the nuisance, Hatia. Unique as she is most definitely worth the trouble. Tracheos. Laugh while you can. You won't be doing it much longer. This bodes ill. We must finish him quickly. Left, right, scalp. Okay, he's just doing it. That makes sense. That wasn't a terrible fight. Kind of enjoyed that. What are we waiting for? Let's kill him and have done with it. No, Ansel. It should be Loifer's decision. This power that I have, born of untold sacrifice, I swore I would use it only to protect life, not take it. Gildervain will face justice back in his homeland, where he committed his most heinous crimes. I'm sorry, my friends. Lala, this crystal was your mother's. It rightfully belongs to you. It is already where it belongs. Through your deeds, bring honor to my mother's memory. I will strive to do the same, with my trusty sword and shield. With your blessing, I hereby take Gildervain into custody. He'll be transported back to Sharlayan, where he will be tried by the Forum. While I tend to the necessary arrangements, you should return to Idleshire and have a rest. I'll join you anon. This mercy is more than you deserve. You will answer for your crimes. Every last one. When I set out from Charlian, I wanted to reclaim my mother's soul crystal. Wanted it as a memento to remember her by. I've come to realize that there is no better way to remember her than by the legacy of her deeds in life. She was the gentlest and noblest of women, one who never flinched in the face of danger when someone was in need of succor. And I will endeavor to do honor to that legacy by rising to the defense of those in need of protection. Fuck me. This includes Loifer and his friends, so in case you forgot for them, in case you worry for them, don't. You should return to Idleshire as well. God knows you deserve a rest too. What the fuck is wrong with me in trying to read? My brain just... It ain't braining. It ain't braining good. Arguably it doesn't brain good often, but it ain't braining good. Whilst trying to read. English fails me. But unfortunately, I'm not good at any other language. You took your time. Let me guess. You were talking with your superiors and making arrangements to send us back to Charlian as well? We had a long and difficult conversation, I must confess. Though they were pleased that Gildervain would be returning to Charlian, alive no less, they were deeply disappointed to hear the fugitives escaped, and that despite my best efforts, I could not pick up their trail again. Though I don't exactly mistrust the Forum, I do have reason to believe that they know more about Gildervain's activities than they let on. Perhaps they were hoping for a resolution that wouldn't see the sordid details of his experiments brought to light. Now that it's all going to be out in the open and your innocence has been made plain, my superiors will no longer think to pursue you. You are free to begin anew, which is the very least you deserve after all you've suffered. Well now, you're surprisingly reasonable for a mull-headed Charlian. I beg your pardon. A simple thank you would have sufficed. I never asked for my powers, but fate has decreed that I have them. And I will use them as they were intended, and fight for the future of all lives. I'll also seek a cure for the procedure's side effects. And when I succeed, my friends will finally be able to return home, safe in the knowledge they won't lose control again. We can't thank you enough for coming to our aid. Aye, if it weren't for you, we would have been dead or worse. We'd all but given up on ourselves and lived only for revenge. You've given us a second chance, and we won't waste it. We'll aid Loifer in his research, of course. It'll be much for his sake as ours. For all his bravado, we can't stand to be alone. What? Aye, we thought that Viera men prefer solitude, but not our Loifer. Deep down, he's a lonely little boy. Family indeed. As a little girl, I regarded the sages of Eld with awe. In the tales, all were stern, nigh mythical figures, untouchable in their virtues and ideals. The more I think on it, the more I'm convinced that these legends cannot have been so unlike us. No, they were ordinary folk who bore great love for friends and family, and that love extended to all life. Now more than ever, I see this love in my dear departed mother. And though I still have much and more to learn, ever will I endeavour to do her proud. Thank you, After. I couldn't have learned these lessons, or accomplished my mission, without you. As our work is done, our time together is over. I shall linger in Eorzea a while, and hope to see more of you and hear your tale. The ardent desire to protect has shone its way to new possibilities. Sage, heal thyself. Cool. Well, that is the job quests for the jobs added in Endwalker done. They were looking good until the, like, scale nail fingers. It's always good to have a quick look, see if there's anything good on there. Yeah. Let's go and start Endwalker. Oh, I should probably change the title now that we're done with Reaper and Sage. Because it's now just starting Endwalker. After, do you have some time to talk? I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephoroi. Telephoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Arenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telephoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenas Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in a war of succession that has since changed, in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket the ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labour to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telephoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, or our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan. Sure of it. Master Fulchenaught's comments regarding the final days were curious, say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Laminta and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And, on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course! We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. The Taro. So, they want me in Limbo, right? I should have just teleported. Whale! It's... I can't help it. I see the whale. I have to say whale. I'm a simple man. The fact that I now have Sail by AWOL Nation in my head, but instead of Sail, it's whale! Let me click on you. There we go. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee's non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I mean, that looks like the ocean fishing ship. I wonder why.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Please, tell it.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Yes.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
No, call him Little Lord Alphino.
Better.
Taru.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Sweet baby. She should come with us. I want to see Tataru, like, just taking on fucking Xenos. And, like, pulling out, like, apothecary bombs and... like, basically, I want her to be a machinist. That's what I want for Tataru. Is, like, she has no skill with the combat arts, so just give her a fucking gun. I'll bring him back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Or, I could imagine, since she's the coin keeper,
Ah, good. You're still here.
seeing her and Yojimbo.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure
Sounds like
every
nasty.
moment, every step of your descent.
Ready.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Okay. Indiana Jones style. Yes, I love these. Game crashed. I'll give it one more go, but if it crashes, I'll restart because it's been 4 hours of stream. That's good enough to upload on its own without me having to edit it. And I'll be going for at least a couple more hours. At least. So that wouldn't be a bad video length on its own. Let me in. I hope I didn't lose anything.
Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Hey, Crystal Mommy.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why is she hot, though? Like, now I can't help but imagine that Zodiac is going to be like this dark-skinned, raven-haired, chiseled sex god as well. And I'm here for it. Why now, Heidel?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
Okay, so confirmed that from the horse's
Yet
mouth.
7 times now. Those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
So this is somehow easier?
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Timey-wimey, Jeremy-Beremy bullshit.
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Traveler's heart. Is him? They were the traveler, weren't they? But okay, cool. So Crystal Mommy is going to speak to us more directly. Now, maybe. Big stretch.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
I feel like me having the mask makes it seem a bit more plausible that I'm a silent protagonist. I know I'm not really,
The
but...
sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
And I can hear the music.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
And Sharlayan kind of reminds me of the Venetian-looking city in Final Fantasy XV. The one that Leviathan destroys.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
We'd not have
The
done this on the
immigration
ship on the
officer
way
will
over.
ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
I mean, it is a good point that he is an active member.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldassian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Ishtola, not Yishtola. I've been fucking that up, apparently.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Rather than just using a
I've confirmed your
computer.
status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
How are you going to introduce yourselves? You can no longer refer to yourselves as Levy Lures.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Just realised she's the Worldly Affairs.
We shall keep that in mind.
Worldly Affairs.
These
Official.
last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Oh, we've crashed again. It crashes today, man. I want to at least get through all the cutscenes before I like put a break in the recording, but fucking hell. Okay, so it's sent me back here. Okay.
Here.
I don't know if I can...
Feel. Think.
Hopefully I can skip that bit. I could not. Fuck! I could go to an inn and replay it. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Where's the main Aether? Right there it is. I kind of like the Nautilus style. Because I really like that spiral. Yeah, I like the sort of like Nautilus in the middle. Yeah, let's go, and I should be able to play that. Let's see. Again. I hope. The unending journey.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars,
Yeah, I don't know why it
academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
Trigger this one.
Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city.
Okay, I can make it a bit quicker.
Certainly.
I am. I was assigned to...
I wasn't sure if I'd be able to speed it up.
Very good.
Very good.
And it's...
Seek, lest.
Ishtola...
See.
I've now.
I've come now.
Alphina.
And Alan.
You're a... The streets are...
Okay, I think it was about here.
And while such personal circumstances constitute...
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Afterbun, Warrior of Light. Afterbun, Champion of Eorzea. Afterbun, Artisan. Afterbun, Adventurer. Afterbun, Artisan. Not wrong. Although I've not done any of the job quests.
Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me...
Hey, Kryle.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company. dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Shut the fuck up.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
You see, now I'm glad we didn't miss that.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
You see, it's those little bits that they don't subtitle that are usually the funniest. Ooh, Endwalker's right. Okay. I really do need to get some more, Aetheryte tickets. Well, I say I really need to. I don't really need to. I should. Because otherwise this is going to start getting expensive quickly. Guild ship. Do you have different currency than Sack of Nuts? I don't think so. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I'd learned and how we might proceed. But this is after an Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that has long been overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It's a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levialure estate as much, but I should like to nose around the neighbourhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Ranger? I too have places I would be remiss if not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... No. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Of course, if you'll have me. Come after. Sharlayan awaits. After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Raha's now accompanying you. In the event you use the Ethernet, Graha will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Grahatia behind, however, by entering a different area. You may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have him accompany you again, return and speak with him. While he is accompanying you, try speaking with Cryle. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Cryle is also now accompanying you. While you are accompanied, you may enter conversation points, which offer additional topics of discussion. Yeah, so I've seen this in some of the events, but this is the first time that it's been used for the MSQ. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You've been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name's celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Seven minutes. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldestian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val. I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leads out toward the sea, is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief. An alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Well, that's good. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food, it's bland, and encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits, and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetherite Plaza. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, it's a perfectly functioning aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads us northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. So I guess this is the Confluence year. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties. I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like. We won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstores are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Full plate armoire proprietor, tool supplier, mender, materia, apothecary, gemstones, and retainer. Gemstone? Bicolor gems? I'm guessing? Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes. I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ua. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. You can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. I mean, it's obviously inspired by, like, Greek or Roman architecture with all the pillars and pantheons and stuff. I mean, they're using the same weapon, which is interesting to see. I really should have been grabbing more of the Aetherites, but actually, by the look of it, we've not gone across many of them. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nunkrepf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levialur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down toward the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza. Correct. After you, After. It's legitimately just a Aetherite to the Levialur estate. Well. Right, we cross this bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetherite Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. So yeah, I think I just need the Studium and the Baldessian Annex. So, in fact, I'm going to hijack Graha and Kryl to grab the Studium. Because then I'll have all the Ethernet. joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I've brought Arthur and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Arthur. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Tsunenjaka? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika, cousin of Ejika Tsujinaka, and administration officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. And Ejika was the one that we argued with a lot in Eureka. I read the reports on the Eureka expedition. Hope Ejika didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous, but a good sort at heart. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, among other things, the annex has become our new base of operations, for all intents and purposes. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organisation is a shell of its former self. A day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure the Telephoroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, feel free to make yourselves at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they become known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chambers. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. I want to see what the Sharlayan nap rooms look like. Ready for a nap? Clean sheets and warm blankets await. Rest as long as you like. Ooh. Of course, there's a lot of studious shit. Ifrit? A behemoth. Okay, so there's just art of Ifrit and a behemoth. Fair enough. I feel this was for the Fashion report. I feel like I should be able to have a better sage outfit. But I also don't know, because this feels very fitting for sage. I mean, I'm not using this for anything. That's a very basic bit. Okay, we'll change this. The question is what to? Pardon me. I really do have a lot of crap. I don't want to look like an idiot running around Charlian. I need to wear my best. Only my best will suffice. I mean, to be honest, the Republican that wouldn't be out of place here. The Alamegan set would also work. Given it's coastal, I think that the summer indigo shirt is actually a really good shout. It feels summery. Then what trousers are best? This is kind of my issue with this shirt. It's because there's that it lets the belly button poke through. It feels a bit odd trying to pair it with trousers. I forget what that Oh, it's just the fucking gemstone. That white looks kind of ugly. That's too much red. I mean, the blue might actually be the best thing. Shy of going for the pearl white. Yeah. Stick with the blue, I guess. It'd be so hard to find good pants. There we go. Now we look the part. Was that necessary? 100% no. 100% no. But I wanted to do it, damn it. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon. So I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Charlian is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
Objections.
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nidana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Normanon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Oh, okay, we've got split quest lines. Thavner bound. I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kral was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Some history there? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right. Both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier. To my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak. Thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kiet. Kitty. Kite. Could even just be Kite. Or the game could crash. But this time, it's letting me keep going. We'll see how long this lasts. Kite! Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kral, the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavner and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. In order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've laboured to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it! We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yedlimad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Razatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. Far be it from me to worry about such things, but we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention. The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in this live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Kral truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Bloeda not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly.
Right, we're all set.
You get voiced. You must be a recurring
Just
character.
the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing.
Oh god.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Maybe you should have mentioned that sooner.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh god.
What chance?
Oh, I need an Oriange.
Against such an insidious foe.
It's fucking beautiful, though. Oh!
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh god. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach a Stinian in time? Why is he at a junk mongers? For a drink? You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. The Manusya, a traveller. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low, low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery. You want to say as much to a Stinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before a Stinian and using gestures deny that the deal is fair. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me. Ah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That's more like it. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Oh god. What is Amra? Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Inestinian, for the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've saved us to Taru's wrath. Sweet. Sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair? Aye, I've bound it. It was the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armour. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unravelled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil, or steel, I was told. It's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. I mean, 9,400 gil. 9,400. For some twine. That's incredible. Dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive? I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. Are all Hannish merchants so unscrupulous? One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, I would presume it's symptomatic of societal instability. Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Razet Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arcasadora, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this land. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razet Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence. Given that merchants are at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travellers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical eye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Yeah, is Amra a real fruit? I don't think I've heard of it. Unless, is that the one that elephants allow to ferment and then they drink it to get drunk? Or they eat it to get drunk? I know that that's a thing. But I might just be getting confused with like an Amare. Welcome, traveller. That's right, we're open for business again. Can't sit wallowing when there's sales to be made, am I right? So, got any bi-coloured gemstones you're willing to part with? I do have some. Not that I can make anything. Amra, the signature fruit of Thavnair. The Amra is often spotted clutched in the tail of a Vajra Langula. Whatever the fucker one of them is. But yes, bi-coloured gems are a thing. They're even a thing in Dawntrail. Shared fates are a thing in all of them. And I have yet to get all 6 areas of Shadowbringers done. But I do have a decent number of gemstones for when it becomes relevant. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. After, yeah, the pier is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits. They are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. This pier, maybe it's just the decoration on these boats, but it's reminding me of the village, was it Kilika in Final Fantasy X? The one that Yuna does the dance in. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you've visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. Could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realise. You're a traveller by the looks of it. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. You'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at Saltswind Sales, the Harbour Guild building across the water from there. Well now, if it isn't a traveller, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naronair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives, thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. The Dalmascans aren't coming. We already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, we must have known this might happen. The Empire's at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defences, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this would be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favourites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please, tell me you're a merchant. See, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name's Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Yes? Can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, didn't you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants. He hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it you do? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me how to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The event to follow cannot be skipped. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedlamad? I'll observe you and learn. He's now accompanying me. Okay. Meruna. Or Meruna. Yes? Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. Suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain here for now, but I couldn't stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I'll make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. The days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well. Give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod. Delectable, stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Wait, what? How the fuck does he swim? Okay, no, there is an actual animation. I thought there was just no animation. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amro. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing's coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I imagine I enjoyed our little chat. Took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Ended without a sale. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God, it's my stomach. Ugh. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. Better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish for your supplies? A fresh caught? Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Well, I sold one fish. Where is he? Oh, okay. Doesn't come out whilst I'm on a mount. He's inside me. whilst I'm mounted. Wait, no, that... Poor choice of words. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavour to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kazal soon. Or Kalzal soon. Thought I heard a familiar voice. Who should it be but Matsuya? Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options. At this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. Friends and family depending on me, and I can't. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We've also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. To think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly common. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And, as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telephoroi. What, that Matsuya fella you were helping, he's Arcasadora, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be travelling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arcasadora would be their primary target. It is the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Stepchild. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for ether stuff. Oh, it's been a while since I've had to think about that. Yeah, ether currents. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face! It is known to me! You were the warrior who fought for the Mol in the Narden. I am Ogul, the Katayin. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark on my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? These Matanga are not like those on the Azim steppe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee, as fast and far as you can. The tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see that she has for me. Kankana's going to be in Matanga. It's very rainy. Yeah, knew it. By the Dusk Mother! No one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Hello! Welcome to Yedlamad, traveller. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? After and Ogle, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite all right? Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the Troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I have only tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I am not familiar with the name. You sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kadyaja's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for their dances and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And, these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an Arcasadora who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. I cannot do this alone. Pray, lend me the strength of the victor of the Nardum, and half the reward for this task will be yours. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlamad to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. And that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? That's a big, angry elephant. Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous... is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients whilst the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him being harmed. Perfect. I must say this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arcasadora? I have met such travellers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Gotcha. I swear that Gadja were like the tusked, walrusy style things. In Stormblood. They were... No, Gargana are the... oh, they were Buki. Because Gargana are the bird things. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second... Knowing the Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught us that we should let fear wash over us like water. To my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, but why did you follow me? We were to patrol. Forgive me, I should have waited for orders, instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reached safety. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, you can collect it from Kankana. Right, I suppose we report to Kankana then. You know what would make more sense for me to be doing all these jobs at, this stuff as? Picto or Viper? Because, for one, healers are fucking easy to level. DPS are harder. I should be using the experience for my DPS. There you are. Your employers expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual is hastily planned to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue is timely indeed. Please, accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you if so. They continue with the quest line, okay. Yeah, give me Viper. I've not done much Viper. Ready to tackle another job then? This one was registered by a local fisherman, asking for help with marauding monsters. Ordinarily, the Radiant Host keeps the worst of the wildlife in check. These days, there just haven't been enough blades to spare. You'll want to speak with the fisherman himself for the details. I couldn't read the scrawl he left for a name, but he's an Arcasadora, and should be found fishing the waters from the western shore. Wait, another Matanga? You could always use more coin, yes? Because I could certainly benefit from your wise and experienced company. A fine pair of hunters we shall make. Come, let us speak with this Arcasadora fisherman. Is this going to be to unlock a allied society? It feels like it could be. Because otherwise, I'm not entirely sure why there's so... It's all to do with the Arcasadora, for one. And also, I'm not sure why it's a blue chain of quests. Had to take care of the monsters, have you? About damn time. We're fine when we're out on the water, of course, but even a fisher needs to walk on land every now and again, and the trail grows more perilous by the day. I've managed to sneak through without a scratch so far, but friends of mine haven't been so fortunate. Talk to the others around here. They'll tell you. I might need your help with that. Speaking with Arcasadora is still challenging for me. Should we do this together then? Fine. Good idea. You want to hear about monsters? I saw 3 big brutes on my way from Akiali to Yedlemad. Never seen the like around these parts before. Those names are gonna fuck me up. Yedlemad is kinda makes... It's odd, but it makes sense. Akiali isn't a pronunciation that I would use a lot. Attacked by the wildlife. Oh yes. While I was hauling a catch back to town. Dropped the lot and fled for my life. Roads used to be safe enough, but now... You want a story? When I left Akiali the other day, I almost walked straight into a fiend with a tongue as long as my arm. Barely escaped being gobbled up on the spot. So, do you understand now why we had to send for help? I understand that you have a problem with long-tongued brutes terrorizing your roads. Those creatures are what we call Pisaka. Without the army sending out regular patrols, it seems the inland monsters have begun expanding their territories. They've forgotten their fear of us, and that's when people start dying. I need you to remind them. Once you've found and slain these overly bold Pisaka, I ask that you bring me one of their carcasses. It's something I've been curious about. Very well. Let us make this a contest, shall we? The first to topple a Pisaka is the victor. Never seen anyone so eager to throw herself headlong into a Pisaka's jaws. Shouldn't you be chasing after her? Oh, well, there's an ether current. That outcropping is making me wonder if there's another giant Fey thing or whatever hiding as an island or an outcropping. Because it almost looks like it could be like the upper jaw of an alligator style thing. Ha! First kill's mine. Grandmother always said the hunter should be swift like a diving yawl. Would you mind tracking down the other two? Once they saw what I did to their friend, they fled to the northwest. I can haul this lump back to the beach while you finish the hunt. You would be alone with an Arcasadora. My fear of Matunga has begun to ebb. Somewhat. Now go, before some other poor soul crosses path with those monsters. Dodos? Okay. Hamza. I don't know how to play Viper, by the way. I just press glowy buttons. You just press glowy buttons until stuff dies. I mean, to be fair, that's also how I play Picto. But Picto is considerably easier because the button, like the PvP combos, or when you're playing as another Scion, the button changes to what the next thing should be. So you just press the one button for single target, unless you use an ability, then you press a different button that does the same thing. Yeah. In fact, thinking about it, for Picto, is there any downside to setting up a macro? I mean, I suppose it wouldn't really let you, would it? Because you can't use this ability unless you're under subtractive palette's effect. But when you are under that palette, you can't use this other one. So there's not really any reason for them to be two different buttons. I could just set them to be the same button. Then I don't know if that will work because they change into these. Unless I was to set up a macro that had all of these, and then yeah, that could work. I might have to look into that for the sake of being lazy. Ah, there you are. Your friend is stronger than she looks. We had to load the carcass onto a boat to carry it away. What of the Pisaka packmates? Did you find them? Both slain, then? That is good. Of course she slew them. Songs of After's deeds are sung across the steppe. My aching arms would like to know why you wanted the remains, though. Why else? To make use of its parts. The scales can be spun into silver, and the meat will fill our pots. The bones and teeth we can craft into hooks and other tools. The scales can be spun into silver. We kill nothing for the sake of killing, even murderous monsters. The two bodies you left behind will serve as a warning to others of their kind. If it keeps them away, then no more blood need be shed. Seems our tribes share similar customs when it comes to using every part of the kill. As grandmother always said, be not wasteful of the lives you take to sustain your own. You are so very different from your kin, the Gajasura. Oh, so that's why you've been avoiding my gaze. If your only experience with Matanga has been our brutal cousins, then you'll find the Arcus Sudara are an agreeable lot by comparison. Might even make a few friends, eh? Here's your payment, and well earned, I'd say. Another job finished. We should report to Kankana, that she might strike it from her list. Let me know when you're done basking in the success of our hunt, and we can return to Yedlamad. Ready then? I've been counting the contents of my coin purse. I have enough to buy passage on a ship, but as for food and other supplies, well, I'd feel more comfortable with the pay from one more job weighing down my belt. You can see me through just one more, yes? At the very least, let us make our report to Kankana and ask what else she might have on offer. Come, show me how fleet of foot you are, champion. After, safely back from your work on the shore, I see. But where's Ogle? My coin purse! Some slippery son of a Zode snatched it from me, brazen as you please. I lost sight of him in the market, along with all my worldly wealth. How am I to pay for lodgings or food? Already my belly cries in protest. You poor thing, and after all the good work you've done for us, you'll stay with me tonight. I insist. You would take me in. I saw that. You looked me right in the eye. Finally warming up to us Arcus Sudara, are you? I can barely see you through the tears, but yes, maybe now I can stand to be in the same room as a Matanga. Some of them, anyway. I'm glad to hear it. Here, and I'll lend you a few coins as well. We can't have you running around without a guild to your name. Thank you. In fact, why don't we head to my house now and we can fill that complaining belly of yours? You're more than welcome to join us. Oh, after. Something terrible has happened. I've been robbed. We saw a boy jumping out the window as we approached, and when I looked inside, all my belongings had been turned inside out. Ogle set off in pursuit of the thief, but hasn't returned. Do you think you could catch up with her and see if everything's alright? I'll lock up here, and you can meet me back at my offices when you've found her. Done. Lost him again. I swear it was that same Hyuran boy who made off with my coin purse. His size, his clothing, it all matches. I was willing to cut my losses and earn more gil, but this insult to my host will not stand. Grandmother always said to repay one's favours. By the Dusk Mother, I mean to do just that. Will you help me find justice for Kankana? Can we start by asking around for more information? I have a feeling we are not the only ones who have fallen afoul of this thieving urchin. The swifter we act, the better our chances, yes? I say we split up, gather what clues we can, then meet back at Kankana's offices. This is second-hand information, mind you, but I hear the thief you're looking for is barely more than a child. Sad, isn't it? How terrible things have become that a young boy is forced into a life of crime just to survive. There was another robbery. I wonder if it's the same boy I found in my house the other day. He yelled that he was sorry, and when I saw the desperation on his face, I just didn't have the heart to chase after him. Abdi. A recent rash of pickpocketing. Oh yes, I've heard several stories. They say it's likely the work of the same criminal. Well, champion, what have we discovered? So our tale was a familiar one. And what I heard from the local children was even more disturbing. They tell me a man, a stranger, approached them with the promise of work and easy coin. I have no proof this offer is connected with the recent robberies, but it does seem suspicious. If this stranger truly is recruiting young ones to steal for him, then he is the one I would punish for these crimes. We just need to find him first. Razat Han closes its gates, left many struggling to make a living, and the appearance of that ghastly tower sparked a chain of events that still has the Radiant Host spread too thin on too many fronts. Under the circumstances, a rise in crime is to be expected. We are fortunate then to have the two of you here to act on behalf of our lawkeepers. So please, accept this as payment. We cannot expect you to work on an empty stomach. A new hunt begins. Come, we must track down the one behind all this. But we're still not sure if this stranger is actually involved in the robberies, let alone where to start looking for him. There's a simple way to find out. We lure our boy thief into stealing from me again. If what we suspect is true, then he will likely take any ill-gotten gains directly to his patron. So, I'll play the part of an unguarded traveller flaunting a heavy purse or some such. After, you keep watch for the little pickpocket and be ready to follow him when he makes his move. Should he lead you to some shadowy figure, then I want you to herd them both to the west. I'll circle around and be lying in wait to spring an ambush. That's really quite clever, Ogle. I'm impressed. Grandmother always said, if you want to catch the big fish, don't spare the bait. Same idea applies to slippery criminals. Right then, let us take our places in the town square and lay the trap for our quarry. I'll try to make the lure something obvious so you can see it being stolen from afar. I am starting to hunger. Oh, a sword. Is it going to pop out the pot? No? Okay. I honestly thought the child was going to pop out the pot with the way that that was being framed. Smooth. Follow your quarry from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed or if you fall too far behind. Oh god, it's one of these? Okay, well it's cool that it shows us how far away I need to be. As far as these types of missions go, that's quite a nice thing to have. Oh, okay, they saw me. So it's not just a matter of being out of their range. I still need to hide. Okay. I like how they've set it up like it's a radar. Boy Thief has led you to a suspicious-looking Arcasadora man. Or Arcasadara. Ooh, you're a proper little scoundrel, aren't you? Nice work. I'll fence the rest of the goods and then you'll get your cut. God damn it, Rakashir. I told you to check for tails. You want your family to learn of our arrangement? Now run! The robbers have fled westward. Chase after them. Beat the shit out of him, apparently. My apologies after. I intended to circle around as planned, but when I heard how he yelled at the child, my rage could not be contained. Grandmother always said, those who prey on the weak are undeserving of mercy, so I beat him senseless. Fool of a Matanga! When he awakes, he will find himself in the custody of the Radiant Host. Miss, I'm sorry you got hurt because of me. I'm sorry for taking your belongings. Apology accepted, young one. It is a brave thing to admit when you are wrong. Help me explain the situation to your lawkeepers and we can steer you back onto the right path. If you say so, miss. I'll cart this refuse to the nearest guardhouse. Pray, inform Kankana of our success. I'm kind of hoping that that's the end of this questline. I'm imagining that this is the first half of one of those, like, two-half quest lines in order to unlock Allied Society. Like we had with the dwarves, we had to do the stuff in Right, and then the stuff in Omra? Whichever one it was. Ogle, is everything alright? Arthur told me what happened. All is well. They began interrogating the man before I left, and he was blubbering about where he stashed the stolen goods. The soldiers planned to recover the cash and return the items to their rightful owners. Praise be to the sisters. There were certain personal articles, things very dear to me that I had thought lost forever. The fact that they keep saying sisters... Do they worship the Magus sisters? Because that could be an interesting primal to fight. Oh, I should also mention Rakashir, our boy thief. Our boy thief, it seems his parents were out of work and begging for scraps. His were crimes of necessity, and after seeing the considerable remorse he showed for his actions, I decided to let him keep the coin he took from me, as well as my share of the reward from the Radiant Host. As grandmother always said, children are the greatest treasure of all. I can hardly let him and his family starve, now can I? How will you pay for your passage now? I can earn it back again easily enough. And since I've tamed my fear of the Arcasadora, there's no need to rush. I will take my time and explore all the wonders this island has to offer. Thank you, After, for staying at my side this long. But I think I continue on alone. Speaking of which, Kankana, have you any new tasks available? Oh, my dear Ogle, I have the perfect job for you. I actually have business with the employer myself, so we can head off together if you like. There you go. I haven't forgotten your half of the reward. May your adventures be many, and your hunts successful. Okay, well, we're done with that quest line now. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Also, this is... yeah, this is actually Thavner. So, if I keep an eye out, I could potentially do the special fate that spawns here. Because I think it spawns over here, in the sea. I think. From what I've seen on the loop. In fact, it's up now on Cerberus. I don't know if I can get there without flight. I don't think I can. Because, yeah, there's a little island where that is. You do not see Matsuya from here either. No! Leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. Jana Mandapa. That's a name, alright. I mean, I don't even know what you get from the fate to know if I care, but... I got stunned. How fucking dare you? Huh? Where'd they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arca Sodora... I keep wanting to say Sodora. Sodoro, rather. The Arca Sodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well? Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing's all we know. The ocean, all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us, these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other reason but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? I think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you all about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us. We'd be honoured to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akyali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we'd do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyali. So yeah, I'm thinking that there's a decent chance the sisters they're referring to could be the Magus sisters, which would be interesting. And if we're naming the towers things like Zot, there's going to be one that's got to be called like the Tower of Babel. That's probably the one in Garlemald. That's probably the one in Garlemald, thinking about it. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means white beach. There isn't much here save that. But please, make yourselves at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Huh? You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. Manasya, being of wisdom, who assume the form of men, and the Merga, beings of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Okay, so unlikely to be the Magus sisters then. It's more of a polytheistic thing. I mean, it may be certain colours and things that are making me think of it, but it's kind of like Mayan culture, or even Hindu, I suppose. Although the colorations could still be Hindu, but it's like looking at these structures, it's making me think more Aztec or Mayan. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga, deities who looked like men and beasts respectively, were locked in combat. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and say they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as well as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces, and the Murga are the limbs of men. Okay. So they're like an amalgamation of man and beast. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Okay, if it's 3, it could still be the Magus sisters. It is! Although, that's a very different depiction of them than... I mean, to be honest, the main one I'm thinking of is Final Fantasy X. They are Manusya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Thundurva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandurva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders amongst her followers. And on the left is Mindurava, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. The masks and fabrics are now making me think more Indian and Hindu. As well as the motifs. I suppose that would make sense given that elephants would either be Asian or African. Neither of which it would be Aztec or Mayan. But yeah, because the middle one with the elephant mask is making me think of like Ganesh. And I swear I have seen a mask similar to that, the black one on the mini one. And if they have a blue skin tone, that's reminiscent of Shiva, I believe. I must admit, I don't know that much about Hinduism. Beyond... I mean, I'll be honest. Shin Megami Tensei games is probably what's taught me... Shin Megami Tensei or Indiana Jones, I think, has probably taught me the most that I actively remember about Hinduism. But cool, I look forward to fighting them. I have some dungeon gear that I've gotten from my retainers that has Mansia as the sort of the descriptor of what type of gear it is. So I'm imagining it's going to be a dungeon that has these in it instead of a trial. Just assuming based on that. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their home for great fortune. In like fashion to the Manusya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arca Sudara. So that would be effectively Ganesh. Well, no, because... Isn't Ganesh the god of fortune? Oh, it's Ganesha, not Ganesh. Ganapati or Vinayaka is a prominent Hindu deity revered as the remover of obstacles, the god of beginnings, wisdom, and good luck. Easily recognized by his elephant head and often depicted with 4 arms. Okay. Why do I know him as without the A then? Is that the English? Like how, you know, we went around and fucked up a bunch of other cultures and appropriated places by deciding what we wanted to call them instead of what the indigenous people called them. Recent history would be like Ayers Rock and Uluru. It was called Ayers Rock in English, and all of the maps and everything called it Ayers Rock. But that's just the name that we decided to call it. After we sent all of our prisoners and stuff to effectively colonize Australia as a penal colony. Yeah. So that might be why I know it as Ganesh instead of Ganesha. Or maybe Ganesh is closer to the phonetical pronunciation, even though it's spelt with an A. I don't know. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. We worship dragons too. It is said that an ancestor of Satrap, that's the ruler of Razet Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as a guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally? What if it's one of the Great Worms? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sort out Kral's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Someone's a little enamored, hey? May as well grab more of the map whilst we're at it. Okay, so the Great Work is going to have an aetheryte, that's nice. And then Palaka's Stand. I mean, I know that there's also an armor set based around Palaka. The Accursed Kanabuti. Consider me tempted. I also want to see how much experience I get. For the sake of leveling the stuff that I still have at 80. Given that I do need to do Shared Fates at some point, although I don't think I've unlocked them yet. Maybe? Oh. Kanabuti, isn't that the horse-headed, like, evil spirit? Or am I getting confused with something else? Again, I'm mainly thinking of Shin Megami Tensei games. No, I think that's Kumbira that I'm getting confused with. Although I do still think that that's a possibly Hindu thing. I don't know. I should stop talking before I embarrass myself. Who am I kidding? I almost always embarrass myself. because I'm a cis white guy. What the fuck do I know about other cultures? We just go over and ruin them. You know, not that the Garlean Empire could at all be related to the British Empire. No, no. I mean, that being said, it could be related to a lot of empires. Especially Roman with stuff like the Black Wolf. How much experience? 450,000. That's not bad. I mean, it is boosted. Echiovores! Oh no, these are the Vajralangula, which have the Amra in their tails. Amra are bigger than I thought they were. I thought they were like berries. That's like jackfruit size. It's huge. I mean, they look like eggs. Amra salad. This salad, tossed with light dressing and filled with chopped amra fruit, is a sweet and savory treat. Nom nom nom. Yep. Oh, fuck. What happened? Is everyone okay? Amra is a real fruit as well.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
You okay there, bud?
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Those are Picasso scales.
Oh, happy day.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Reminder that
Those are dragon
Jalthan
scales.
is
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
from Thavner. The one that...
We are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
helped us make the A Realm Reborn relics.
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Ooh. That would be big.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Okay, some of them have very obvious Indian accents.
How did you acquire those scales?
But it doesn't quite fit with their faces.
Curious that it concerns you so.
Like, it's fine when
Worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
When it's like a fantasy race, but when it's just a human. And the skin tone doesn't quite match with what you expect. It's a little jarring.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
What the fuck?
Is there congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
How come
I
they
should
can use
like to
instant
draw
transmission?
A file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Yeah, I like that they have Indian accents. Like, given the rest of the culture that they're trying to show and the motifs and everything, like, it makes sense and it's good and it feels like it's being handled well. But it still feels weird to see what we would consider a very Caucasian man then coming out with one of the... It's not the fact that it's a Caucasian-looking character with an Indian accent, because you just get the accent from where you live. If I lived in India for 20 years, I'd develop an Indian accent. But it's the fact that there were some of the humans that didn't have the accent, and then all of a sudden one of them had a very strong accent. And the selectiveness of it was a little odd. Whereas if they'd had all the humans have one accent, all of the Arcasadora have the Indian accent, then okay, so it's a culture of the different race. That would kind of make sense. Doesn't make sense linguistically, but it it's some consistency, but Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Yeah, I'm not doing I'm not doing an Indian accent. As much as it would be in fitting with the character, I'm a white guy. I don't want to be putting that out on the internet of me doing a bad accent. Given that, like, even if it is you know, accurate from what, you know, speaking English with an Indian accent sounds like, because of media, it quite often comes across as seeming racist, and I would rather avoid that. Although I think the Indian accent might be one that I can do a little bit better because I worked with quite a few Indian, Nigerian, actually as well, people when I was working in call centers. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. But Krull herself is tied up with another investigation after as an eminently capable substitute. We will spare no effort to aid you. Fuck, this is also another reason why I shouldn't do accents. I can't speak normally in my own accent. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions? Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we've been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later, but you'll be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. In that case, Urianger and I'll find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be most grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there'll be a hill to the right. I'll meet you at the top after seeing some preparations. Drunken Deeper. You see a lantern designed in the local style. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The Drunken Deeper. A deeper is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capabilities. Please, begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow its lead and try not to fall behind. Readying ether, please stand back. Okay, it keeps telling me to stand back. Ready to discharge. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. So I have to be far enough away for it to charge up before I run into it anyway. But this isn't like the side quest. You are struck by another powerful blast of ether. Suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please brace for final output. Or final discharge. You're struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure test concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned. Not on your knees. Promising sign. But come, let me take the deep off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. We have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I'd like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcus Sadara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. If I can, I'd like to finish, because the quest line is branched, I'd like to finish this branch of the quest line before we finish for today. I wonder what I'm going to have to fight. I may be simply imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. There we go, something different. Here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that the spirit weed grows here in abundance. I'll set about harvesting at once, if you'd be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Oh yes, wonderful
Yes,
view.
that would be Radzad Han. Hardly anyone
can't
has
see
been
it.
allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
I can't see it.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Kind of like Yule more then. What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Han. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, It was the Arca Sodra with whom they joined forces.
Arca Sodra.
Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
It's a great view. Yeah. Lovely shades of grey.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Fandaniel?
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I still can't see it because of the fog. I can't even tell how far away it is because I can't see it. Presumably, it's where that aetheryte is. Although that would put it over there. And I thought we were looking up here. Oh, okay, no. Radzad Khan is in a separate area. Entirely. Okay. To be honest, it would make sense, actually, that it is. Because I think it's one of the city areas for Endwalker. Like, since... well, since A Realm Reborn, really. We've had two main hubs. Well, no, okay. That's not true. We had 3 city-states. And then Mordona. But since Heavensward, we have had, like, the Foundation, or Ishgard, and Idleshire. Raugus Reach, and Fugane. Crystarium, and Yulmore. And so in this one, it's probably going to be Starlion and Radzad Khan. Although maybe not. I mean, given that it has its own area, it must be. But then I mean, Garlemald might be more of a combat zone rather than a city zone. I guess that would make sense, yeah. After, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? When last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we'll need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. After, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines. Alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Seymour. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nidhana? By all means. Do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. But the Hamza are the dodos. Right? There's a Ether Current quest here, but for the sake of me being hungry and wanting to finish this this branch of the quest line, I'll do it later. Because it could just be a one-off quest. Or it could be another quest line like the one that I did. Yeah. Here are our Hamza. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objection, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Oh. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbly gait. I'm sorry. What? I mean, I know that there is a dodo mount. But that spectacular formation stretching out over the This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Mansia against the Mirga before it was cast down at conflict's end. Okay, so that'll be the jutting out, like, Pride Rock style thing. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. I wish it was anything but foggy right now. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower.